Innovative Greeks event. Over 5,000 people around the world, over 5,000 innovative Greeks are watching today. We're very excited to see you all after 8 months, 8 difficult months, but very, very positive for our ecosystem. So let's recap as to where we started, where we are. So Greece was pretty much absent from the innovation and technology space for decades. And around 5, 6 years ago, we woke up. And a lot of progress has been made in the very short space of time. I would say that we sprinted towards what other countries have been doing for years. And the results are now quite visible. What are the headlines? Well, the first headline is that the market as a whole, from being non-existent 5 years ago, is now close to 7 billion in terms of market cap, the companies involved. The other interesting fact is that out of 125 unicorns based in Europe, we already have 5 companies in Greece that are either already unicorns or very close to becoming unicorns, and probably another 5 that are well on their way. Not a bad result for 5 years of hard work, and certainly as a percentage of the European population, us being only 1.3%, achieving anything over that in terms of representation in tech companies would be a success. So, we're all excited, we're all positive. What used to be, let's call it, an interesting but inconsequential space has now become a priority for the government, a priority for institutions like SEV, hence myself and Dinos are here today. This is what we've been building in the past 5 years. And today, at last, we can say that this sector is heading towards becoming 10% of Greece's GDP. Now, this is no small feat, and we should certainly celebrate. However, sometimes I feel like an amateur athlete who has massively improved their personal record over a short space of time, but then looks at his or her time, her actual performance, and realizes that they still cannot compete internationally in any major event. And that is this bittersweet realization that, yes, we've made progress, but we're still way behind. Now, in what areas are we actually behind? First of all, if you look at the 20 most valuable companies in the world, more than half these days are technology companies. You look at Greece, hardly any of the top 20 companies are technology companies today. A second metric would be investment itself. Our estimate is that Greece invests around 70 million a year in terms of venture capital, so new startups. You look at Germany's recent declarations about what they've invested, and you bring this down per capita, per base of population, it's 700 million compared to our 70. You compare it to Israel, which is 1.5 billion, and you look at Greece and you see 6 VC firms when Israel has 250. So we've got a very long way to go. Hence, the importance of this conference today. You can expect from us always brutal honesty and fact-based comments, because it's the only way we can have the requisite self-reckoning and prescribe the way forward. So, why are we here today? Well, one of the key parameters in which Greece is behind is precisely investments. Yes, Microsoft purchased Softomotive. Yes, they are building a massive data center. Yes, Pfizer have come to Salonika. Yes, we have a very positive, let's say, trend, but we need to go faster. Today, we are exploring how we can convince international investors to come and invest in technology and innovation in Greece. Now, we've had some very good investors come and invest here, both corporates like Microsoft, like Intel, like Samsung. We've had some very large investors like Goldman Sachs, like Bain, like Bessemer, like CVC, and of course BC Partners, but we need a lot more to catch up with the rest of the world. So you'll be hearing today how these people feel, these major investors and these large corporates, about Greece. Where are we on the right track? Where might we be on the wrong track? And what are we missing? What's the missing ingredient, if any? So at SEV, we've been making a very concerted effort to bring under our home all the important tech companies and important innovators in Greece. I think at the moment we have more than 60 members just coming from this field, the largest ones. And in that sense, in a short space of time, I think we become a proper home for these companies. But Dinos will explain to you more about precisely what it is that we've been doing these past few years.
It's been interesting times. Thank you, Marco. It is a great honor to welcome today 27 influential personalities from Greece and abroad, entrepreneurs, investors, CEOs, who will discuss how the Greek ecosystem will be able to further contribute to the development of the national economy through foreign investment in high value-added innovation. SEV Innovation Committee was established in 2017 with an objective to promote the development of business innovation, to develop an environment for large foreign companies to set up research centers in Greece, the transformation of research carried out by our universities in marketable products and services, and strengthening the ecosystem of startup technology companies through collaborations and networking. We at SEV had set ourselves the goal to reach by 2025 a capitalization of the innovation ecosystem above 10 billion euros and create 50,000 additional jobs. Our motto at SEV is talk less and do more. Let's see what we've done so far. The actions of the Innovation Committee of SEV are developed around 5 main pillars. Our first pillar is strengthening the innovative capacity of the private sector with the goal to create disruptive products and improve production processes and services. Our goal here is to increase the percentage of activities of high and medium-high technological intensity in the manufacturing sector from 17% currently to approach the European average of close to 50%. So far, more than 50 B2B meetings have been organized in the fields of biotechnology, energy, agro-food, and maritime, some of which have led to commercial collaborations. The second pillar is to increase the expansion of innovative companies in foreign markets. For this purpose, we started 2 major initiatives, the Innovative Greeks and SEV Scale-Up. We strongly believe that the Greek diaspora is an untapped source of growth and wealth for the country. So in collaboration with Endeavor, we have built a community of innovative Greeks. The goal is to have all these great minds come together in a structured way. Till now, 4,500 Greeks of the diaspora follow our initiative, and 850 of them have declared interest in offering services to the Greek innovation ecosystem. These services are mentoring for fast business scale-up, networking and information on growth in foreign markets, as well as assisting in funding strategies. For those who haven't joined yet, now is the time to register to the Innovative Greeks community and support the initiative. Our second initiative, in order to contribute substantially to the development of the innovation ecosystem, is that SEV has become the home for technology companies and startups. In SEV, we founded the SEV Scale-Up community with members of Greek startups and scale-ups, aiming to fill the gap of their collective representation and to receive personalized services from the innovation sector of SEV in order for them to grow faster. In only 7 months of its life, the SEV Scale-Up community has already 59 members from different market sectors. The many services we offer through the Innovative Greeks initiatives are connecting them with the businesses and industry, both from Greece and abroad, help them grow in foreign markets offering knowledge and contacts, bring them into contact with funds from abroad that are interested in finding investment opportunities in Greece, and provide access to high-ranking business executives and entrepreneurs from all over the world who offer mentoring for business development. Our third pillar, which is the hardest, in my opinion, is collaborations with universities and research centers. The country suffers in the commercial exploitation of the good research produced in universities. We need to transform research into patents, spin-offs, and technological knowledge that can be used by businesses and industry. The key is the interconnection of research with businesses and the development of partnerships that will help adapt research to the needs of the Greek economy. The fourth pillar is attracting specialized staff to work in Greek startups and scale-ups. A main problem that most startups face when they are in the scale-up stage is that they do not find the suitable manpower. There is a huge competition since multinationals are investing in Greece aggressively, hiring the best executives and talents from the market. For these reasons, we have created, again in collaboration with Endeavor, the Working Tech platform. Through the Working Tech platform, we bring together Greek startups with talented manpower from all over the world. The platform is currently in pilot operation, but has nevertheless attracted a lot of interest both on the demand side and on the supply side. More than 90 companies have registered, about 530 job opportunities, while about 1,000 young people from all over the world have applied to work in Greek startups. Last, the fifth pillar, the initiative Reinventing Greece through investments in innovation, for which we are all here today. Our goal is to explore what are the social and economic factors that influence investment decisions, what are the experiences of investors in Greece, which sectors drive Greece's investment reach, and what needs to be done to promote foreign investment in innovation and technology in Greece. So, in collaboration with Accenture, we conducted the study that will be presented immediately afterwards. Thank you very much.
Hello and a warm welcome to everyone. This is Kyriakos Abatakakis, Country Managing Director of Accenture, and I'm honored to present the key findings of our latest study, Destination Greece, Attracting Digital and Innovation Investment in today's event. The goal of this initiative is to sustain the national dialogue to strengthen the positioning of Greece as an investment destination, and I strongly believe that now is the right time for digital multinationals to invest in Greece. To develop this study, we joined forces with SEV's Innovation Committee, co-chaired by Marco Veremis and Dino Kokalis, whose contribution and insights have helped shape the final result. As depicted on the slide, our idea was to answer 5 simple but crucial questions. For this reason, we utilized a wealth of secondary research sources, which included more than 300 reports and academic papers as well as Accenture's thought capital. Furthermore, we conducted a series of interviews and workshops with top executives from the private and public sector. At this point, I would like to extend a warm thank you to the top executives of Atos, Cisco, Google, IBM, Microsoft, Oracle, Pfizer, and SAP for explaining their investment journey into Greece, to the representatives of the Greek government for their valuable inputs, and last but not least, to my colleagues, Georgis Kritsotakis and Valia Siakavella, for developing the study. As we have all experienced, digital technologies are fundamentally transforming our economies and societies alike. Amidst this digital revolution, a new group of businesses, the digital multinational enterprises, or digital M&Es for short, has emerged. Digital M&Es, such as Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Netflix, and companies like ours, are primarily driven by innovation and place digital technologies at the epicenter of their business and operating models. This has also led to a new model of foreign investments, the Digital and Innovation FDI. For the purpose of our study, we mainly focused on foreign, technology-intensive investments performed by digital M&Es in Greece for the setup and operation of competence centers, R&D centers, or innovation hubs. But why focus on digital M&Es and their investments? As presented in our study, Digital Greece, The Path for Growth, in 2017, these enterprises are considered to be digital multipliers. Their investments, apart from the typical positive outcomes of traditional FDI, also create a set of spillover benefits. They constitute a powerful mechanism of international technology and knowledge transfer that enables host countries to boost their digital adoption, enhance innovation, increase productivity, and integrate more advantageously in global value chains. As you can easily imagine, a core question was born. Which are the key determinants that digital M&Es evaluate to select a host country? In general, the selection of a new investment destination is always a very sensitive process. In the case of digital M&Es, apart from traditional selection criteria of the host country, their digital and innovation DNA imposes different factors. Accenture research and global bibliography indicate that the location of digital and innovation FDI is driven by 9 interconnected determinants, which are namely digital skills and education, digital economy, digital infrastructure, innovation system and ecosystem, innovation and investment incentives, image building and inward digital investment promotion, business environment and political institutions, physical infrastructure, and connected cities, and of course, quality of life. Greece, as shown by the Greek indicators, is accelerating fast across most of the dimensions and is aggressively transitioning into becoming a digital and innovation FDI champion. Indicatively, allow me to highlight 3 key areas. First, on the digital skills and education dimension, Greece is ranked first in tertiary enrollment rate among EU countries, and the country's percentage of STEM graduates is on par with the EU average. Second, as far as the digital infrastructure is concerned, the Festos Fund and the government's cloud-first strategy will boldly contribute towards the implementation of a reliable national digital infrastructure. At the same time, efforts should be intensified towards the expansion of the country's fiber network. And on the innovation side, Greece's startup ecosystem is growing fast. Nevertheless, we need to redouble our efforts in connecting the excellent research taking place in our academic institutions with industry. But what is the lived experience from organizations investing in Greece? Digital M&Es that have already invested in the country did not follow a one-size-fits-all approach. However, evidence from our interviews indicates that a set of common factors have acted as the keys to unlocking digital and innovation FDI in Greece. First, looking at the internal environment of digital M&Es, the Greek diaspora in leadership positions played a pivotal role by providing timely information and guidance to the Greek subsidiaries during the internal bidding process. At the same time, success in the bidding process for selecting Greece was driven both by the upward influence of the Greek subsidiaries' leadership and by the local team's commitment to go the extra mile. Towards this direction, building a compelling business case was of extremely high importance. To counterbalance Greece's challenges, Greek subsidiaries leveraged the country's soft assets, such as Greece's geographic location and Greek talent ingenuity, to improve the country's attractiveness. Timing was of essence for all of the above. Greek subsidiaries had to act swiftly and scale fast to overcome other internal contenders. Second, from a government standpoint, the commitment at the highest level of leadership acted as a catalyst for the attraction of digital and innovation FDI and positively influenced digital M&E's investment decision. The commitment became reality through the pivotal role of the Greek deal playmaker, who set the investment under the radar of the Greek government, and resourceful program managers that are designated senior representatives of the public administration, who helped investors navigate the Greek bureaucracy. Greece has definitely made remarkable progress over the years. Nevertheless, to maintain the investment momentum, Greece must not take its foot off the gas. For this reason, we propose the implementation of a structured action plan organized around three interconnected intervention levers. First, in the brand name Greece lever, we suggest a set of targeted investment promotion initiatives to reposition Greece as a preferred FDI destination. Second, in the build them and they will come lever, we recommend activities to enhance Greece's investment-related capabilities across all echelons of the Greek government and enhance Greece's skills profile. Third, in the laser focus on key priorities lever, we focus on targeted incentives for digital and innovation FDI, as well as the Greek digital and ICT sector. At the same time, we propose initiatives to enhance the Greek innovation ecosystem and incentivize brain gain. The above-mentioned action plan is focused on a set of short-term surgical interventions tailored to digital M&Es to directly improve the investor's overall experience. In parallel, Greece shall continue implementing a set of primarily medium to long-term horizontal policies to transform the Greek economy overall. To conclude and provide inspiration to investors and policymakers alike, we indicatively introduce three game-changing plays. First, building on the cases of the islands of Astypalea, Tylos, and Halki that aim to go green, we propose different regions in Greece to become home to different green solutions and ecosystems. For example, Syros can become home to sustainable shipping, and Thessaly can host sustainable agriculture. Second, we propose the setup of Greece's first digital health campus, which will help reimagine healthcare through high-level research and the design and development of new, innovative healthcare solutions, targeting also the wellness and silver segment industries. Health data shall be at the heart of this endeavor. Finally, we suggest the setup of a Defense, Intelligence, and Cybersecurity Innovation Investment Fund in the footsteps of the Festos Fund. This fund will invest in businesses conducting research or developing innovative digital defense and security solutions that have also civilian applications, utilizing technologies such as robotics, AI, and cybersecurity. To recap, why Greece and why now? Let me address our global audience and highlight a few reasons why. Greece 2.0 is among the first national recovery plans approved by the European Commission. With more than 60 reforms and 100 investments, it is expected to funnel 32 billion euros into the Greek economy. Furthermore, over the past years, investment-friendly reforms, such as the significantly reduced taxation, the non-dom tax regime, and others, are transforming the red tape into a red carpet for welcoming investments. In addition, as already stated, Greece's human capital can make the difference. Digitization is positioned at the heart of Greece's reform agenda, while 25% of the recovery grants will be allocated to digital transformation. Greece aims to significantly contribute to the green transition. The new climate law, the GR Eco strategy, Greece's objective to become lignite-free are only some of the initiatives that stand testament to this effort. Finally, Greece is a wonderful country to work and live in, a fact that positions Greece as an attractive destination, not just for tourists, but also for digital nomads and digital MNEs. We hope that this study will serve the global investment community in assessing this new phase of Greece. We believe that the time to invest in Greece is now. Thank you very much.
I am not carrying Glafka and Athens if I mention that globalization is here to stay. As we have witnessed through the recent pandemic, there has been an acceleration of the digital paradigm across all economy sectors. In that sense, all companies will eventually become technology companies and therefore prioritize technology delivery as their core capability. The ability to master digital skill and deliver products and solutions at a global scale will therefore be considered essential across the board. In order to build this capability, firms seek political and economical stability, a simple and transparent regulatory, legal and judicial framework, high-end resilient infrastructure, and an attractive, value-based cost model. Most important, they seek large-scale access to a professional, purposeful talent pool that will continuously evolve, strengthening each country's global brand.
I believe that the key determinants for choosing an investment destination involve around three axes. The first one relates to the country's overall disposition towards foreign investments. An open approach to investment and trade, a consistent and business-friendly policy-making strategy by the government, and a robust digital infrastructure are essential for a growth plan in today's world. The second axis relates to the availability of a strong talent pool of people with digital skills and global awareness. Finally, political and economic stability and a secure environment for businesses to operate are essential.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andreas Stavropoulos, and I'm joining you from California, United States. And it is my distinct pleasure and honor to have with me Philippe Rogue, who is the president of Microsoft Central and Eastern Europe. So here we are in a fireside chat across kilometers and across all kinds of time zones. So without further ado, let's jump straight in. Philippe, you've spoken a lot about this idea of a digital hotspot. What are some good examples of investment initiatives to promote or create such hotspots?
Well, first of all, thank you. And Kalinikta, Andreas, I appreciate it's very, very early for you in the morning, but you look absolutely in top shape. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks to the audience for chiming in today. Indeed, we talk a lot about a digital hotspot, and sometimes people ask, "Hey, what is a digital hotspot?" And in a way, it's obviously a relatively conceptual thing, but effectively, it's a place where we envision, people, businesses, and communities to be empowered to prosper and grow through digital innovation and with global ambitions. So it's sort of the nirvana of what a digital reality would look like. And we believe there's an incredible opportunity across Central and Eastern Europe. I've got the privilege of running teams in 33 countries. Greece is obviously one of the most successful stories, as you all know, and as many of the speakers before me have highlighted. But essentially, it's about making sure we help the countries we operate in chart a path to that future, which is really out there in terms of opportunity. If you think about the assets that we have, and you know, Kyriakos Sabatakakis obviously pointed to many of them, and so I'm going to be agreeing with a lot of the things that he said. But essentially, in terms of STEM, the region is definitely above EU average. In terms of startups and IP, we're leading. The region has the third largest contingent of developers. The funding situation is improving, and thank you to the organizers for making that point and you know, pushing us along the investment and FDI journey. Some of the blockers obviously relate to the fact that we don't have a large unified domestic market, but I think, you know, through cloud technology, we can basically scale that out. There are language barriers, and our AI technologies are aiming to, in a way, overcome some of these barriers. There's time zones, and Andreas, you're proving today that that needn't be a problem. But essentially, Central Eastern Europe, and Greece in particular, is ideally placed to serve one part of the world in the morning and another part of the world in the afternoon, if they care to do so. And we talked about brain drain and the diaspora and bringing people back. Essentially, it's going to come down, we believe, to two key things. One is making sure that we have the population follow through on their digital skill sets. There's massive gaps there, and we need to make sure that we're inclusive and bring everybody along. And the other one is obviously the infrastructure, both 5G, but also obviously the cloud technology. And as you know, we've made some significant commitments there. So we believe that if you have that and you have government visionary leadership, you can make it happen. And I believe, you know, Greece for us in the region, and maybe even globally, is one of our best examples of where all of these things have converged. And we've laid out very, very concrete plans and commitments to help the Greek society progress along these axes.
Picking up from there, as you think about promising investment areas, right, there's this concept of leapfrogging that both the Greek government and people, myself included, have been talking about, right? It's not that exciting to have people try to catch up in a race. You don't tell your athletes, oh, you know, try hard to just catch up. You want them to win, right? So this concept of leapfrogging, and as you think about Microsoft's role, what do you think are some of the most promising investment areas to allow countries to leapfrog into the digital age? For example, role of robotics or other cloud-enabling technologies. What are your thoughts?
Well, there's a couple of recent technologies which have obviously allowed for a multiplication of impact and scale. And I would say that the most basic one is obviously access to cloud computing. Cloud computing, by its nature, is ubiquitous. It's theoretically unlimited in terms of its scalability, certainly in the short term. It has scalability beyond what we know in terms of architectures today. And it basically also allows for global reach. So a large company, a small company jumping on, you know, the cloud opportunity could effectively transform the elasticity, but also the scale, size, and scope of the business that it wants to transform. And effectively, you know, from a small, you know, company office in the Czech Republic, grow to an organization of thousands of companies in established markets and spaces. We've seen this happen in the Czech Republic recently. We have a Croatian-based communication platform provider called Infobip, who are essentially becoming, you know, world leaders through cloud technology. And so these companies are becoming sort of Europe's newest unicorn companies, and they would only have been able to have that reach and that fast scaling because of cloud computing. The second thing is ultimately digital government services need to be there and have a stimulative effect. So we did some data analysis looking at 1,000 data sources, and effectively it's clear that the government probably has the biggest blocking effect, but also the biggest catalyzing effect, which in a way is you would expect, but it's great to see it reflected in the data. I do want to call out, you know, smaller countries like Malta, where we have completely reimagined, together with the Malta IT agency, their entire government services on a hybrid cloud system. and really taking it from effectively what it was a couple of decades ago into essentially today one of the world's leading government service providers. Malta was declared #1 in e-government by the European Commission in 2021. So size in a way doesn't matter. I think legacy matters, and the less legacy you have, the easier it is for you to leapfrog, and obviously governments play a key role in that. And then the third one is obviously automation. There's a lot of talk today about increasing productivity, and obviously computing and our industry is at the forefront of that. But if you take examples like our recent acquisition in Greece, Softomotive, global leader in RPA capabilities, robot process automation, you see massive benefits down the road in terms of scales and size. And it's fantastic to obviously have this based out of Greece. Or UiPath, one of our most important partners, but also to some extent competitors, the first European decacorn, so worth $10 billion, IPOing recently, running on the Microsoft cloud, are two good examples of what scaling and automation can do.
Excellent. Switching gears for a second, we're in the information age, we're in the digital age, where maybe the importance of the human capital versus the other factors of production like land and resources becomes increasingly important. As a company leader in this information age, how do you think about your investing priorities? And maybe I will combine this also with this question of, not only how do you think about your investing priorities, but how do you think societies should appreciate the investments that happen by multinational companies like yourselves, right? Especially as they create value add on the ground.
Yeah, look, I think this is probably one of the more tough things to address. It's probably, relatively speaking, almost easier to bring in a large foreign direct investment, have everything under your control, put hundreds of millions in the ground, and in a way build it and they will come. Ultimately, it's about how much can you democratize all of the ancillary capabilities that are going to be required for people to actually leverage the lever or the aspect that you're investing into a specific, in this case, country. So this notion of democratizing innovation is making sure that ultimately you can empower everyone in an organization or everyone in a country. So you've got to look at who are the different stakeholders, and then you've got to make sure that you basically bring everybody up to speed. So it comes back to the importance of upskilling, but for different stakeholders. Data suggests that higher levels of ICT specialists in the workforce associate with higher levels of innovation and productivity. Not a surprise, great to see it evidenced in the data. Same with leadership. Having digital savvy leadership is a key competitive advantage for business, and is obviously something else that we track and that we continue to invest in. But I think you've got to go beyond that. You've got to look at urban versus effectively non-urban people. How can you get, not just the tertiary sector, the secondary sector, but maybe even, agriculture? How can you get a level of skilling into your primary sector and make sure that also they benefit and that you have a truly inclusive, digitization? Politicians understand this very well because obviously these people vote. So that's, almost natural. The technology is there, but I think it's important for companies like ourselves to also understand that while we may not fully be able to quote unquote monetize these at the same level, they are an important element of ultimate success. It's just making sure that whatever you do is truly inclusive. And, it also touches different generations. You've got obviously retirees, you've got people who never grew up, with this type of technology. And as long as they can't use it, good luck as a government putting in, an e-tax platform. If your elderly population can't use it, I know this problem goes away over time in some way, at the risk of sounding cynical, but you don't want to wait. You want everybody to be there. And when you look at, for example, what Greece did with the vaccination platform, I say kudos, because ultimately that was not something people could wait for. It was something that needed to be used and usable today, and it was ramped up very, very quickly. So again, think about skilling as one of the key drivers and make sure you cover basically every tranche of the population for ultimate success.
I think that's such an important point, and about the acceptance of a society of foreign direct investments not being seen as someone who's coming to just buy resources for cheap or dig for oil like the old cases, right? You're talking about human capital being the place where these investments happen, and that has dividends that end up staying behind. I think it's a very important point. Switching gears, talking about nature of work and how that's changing in a digital age, how do you see hybrid work impact different geographies, and what are the opportunities that you see, or what investments need to be made to fully leverage the ability to do hybrid work?
Look, hybrid work is the buzzword of the pandemic, and obviously, I don't think I need to explain to a Greek native population what hybrid means, but I find myself explaining it to non-native speakers quite a bit. People tend to associate, hybrid with work from home. And obviously you understand etymologically perfectly what it means. It's basically finding the best mix, the best blend between remote and office. And there's obviously a lot of circumstantial factors that play into that. We believe there's a win-win here. And it's a win-win paradox, if you will. People want flexibility. They want well-being. They want to be able to take care of their kids. They want their opportunities not limited by location. This is something we're seeing pop up quite a bit right now, and they want an inclusive work environment. Companies are increasingly struggling, and I think this is a second mega trend, to make sure they maintain the level of engagement of their employees. Frankly, they may not even have access to talent anymore, and so this becomes a lever for them to expand the pool of talent that they can tap into. Of course, there's operational savings, and then from a societal perspective, you've got better inclusion, and you've got obviously people no longer standing in traffic jams, which is an economical benefit, and of course, emissions and what have you. So if you look at it, it's a beautiful equation we should be able to address. What is, I fear, holding us back a little bit is that we're still somewhat stuck in old habits. Look, many of us started a few decades ago, probably. Andreas, you're much younger than I am, at least you look the part. But, when I started work, it was basically old school command and control. And it was not about the output or the output or the impact that I was able to drive in my job. It was about, presence and time in the office. And, I might have waited on the occasional moment when my boss hit the elevator to basically pack up my own stuff. I mean, that was, the old habits and beliefs that we used to have. We need to make sure that we redefine that culture of trust and inclusion. And we need to make sure that we assess work and productivity by output and not input. That's going to be a journey. And I can tell you, in the more eastern parts of Central Eastern Europe, we are quickly falling back to the old habits. I want to hope that Greece is the notable exception to this, and more ties itself, if you will, to the West, which is starting to embrace, I think, this new way of working. But I think that's ultimately where it starts. We have fantastic examples across the region. One that I love to quote is Mytilineos, after a major company reorganization, basically decided the only way forward for them was to go hybrid and become productive from any location. And and that was a cultural shock, a cultural change, executed really, really well. And I believe that those are the types of lighthouse wins that we need across many markets to change cultures.
This idea of the, like you say, presence versus output, right? I think a lot of this stems from the manufacturing, the industrial age, yes. When yes. The 40-hour work week was a product of shift work. Relatively undifferentiated people would show up and they would have to clock in and clock out. Yep. And, this persists. But today, I mean, we found in our office that people work in certain functions more efficiently by being available more around the clock and not having to have a 40-hour work week per se. Sticking with the nature of work and how that's changing, like we were just discussing, Greece has been a country that has experienced brain drain over decades, right? And we keep talking about brain gain and regain now coming back. So for countries like that have experienced it for decades, can brain drain be reversed? And if so, how do you think?
This is, for me, probably one of the most exciting facets of my job. because not only does it allow us, when we look at this, when we analyze this, and when we start taking very humble steps to, in a way, counteract this, we can make a difference to the country, but we also make a difference to people's lives. And so it becomes a bit of an emotional aspect, but our ability to basically bring people back to the region. This is as much a problem in Central Eastern Europe as it is specifically in Greece. As you can imagine, many leaders across many countries have calculated basically how many doctors they train in Romania who then leave by the hundreds to go work in France. How many expert professionals they train in many of the other countries who then go off to Western Europe or the UK now and basically earn a living there. And the pandemic was sort of the big moment where people came back for family reasons. And now the challenge is, how do we lock them there? How do we keep them, give them an opportunity, make them successful at home? And I think we can tie into a little bit of that emotional piece where people, frankly, also post-pandemic, feel that it's important to reconnect with families. And frankly, many of them are parents and they're seeing their children move out. And the question is, will they ever come back? So look, it's great to see diaspora. It's great to see people leave and gain experience. You want to make sure that obviously you bring them back. I was going to say to you, Andreas, just, looking at what you do, there's many sandy hill roads in Greece. I would recommend you return to. They're beautiful. I had a chance to visit some of them when I was in ancient Olympia a couple of weeks ago. But essentially, the ability to bring colleagues back, the ability to bring talent back. My mailbox has been flooded with LinkedIn messages, emails, post our GR for Growth announcement of people saying, hey, I'm Greek, and I never thought I would write this email. But thank you for investing and believing in my country. And if you ever need someone, here's where to find me. So I think, yes, we are doing this. The government policies are fantastic. We've been able to use them for some of our colleagues to come back, as well as overseas talent. So I believe this is absolutely doable. And I think it's probably the most rewarding from an emotional perspective.
I could not agree more. I mean, I'm trying to practice it myself. One of the reasons why I'm getting more involved in events like this is to spend more time back home, right?
There we go.
I find that the quality of work that you can do when you're in an environment that provides balance, right? It's not, again, about the quantity, it's about the quality. You can have these bright moments of inspiration that happen when you feel like you're in a place where all the experiences are sort of conducive to the lifestyle that you want. Let's come to what could be a touchier subject. Greece is traditionally has been a pretty homogeneous country. And obviously, in a globalized economy, and in one when we're talking with the nature of work about attracting people from all over the world, right, to choose places like Greece to have their own, call them bright moments, right? You're going to have diversity. You're going to have a more open society. You're going to have heterogeneity that's introduced into the mix. Now, you're part of a large multinational company that has all kinds of different people with different backgrounds in them. So as you think about both companies like Microsoft, but also, governments investing in things like openness, diversity, but frankly, also societies investing into this acceptance of differences. How can you take what can sometimes be seen as a struggle, or by some people even maybe an attack towards the fabric of this homogeneity? How can you actually take those differences and openness and turn them into advantages?
Yeah, look, this is probably, as you say, one of the most complicated topics that we have. And the starting point for us as a multinational is, by definition, we're a multinational. So we operate in pretty much every place in the world. And our mission statement, I think is pretty clear. It's empower every organization and every person on the planet to achieve more. So essentially, that has to be a starting point in everything that you do. If you think about it in more transactional terms, which is not what triggers me and it's not what triggers our leadership, but makes equal sense. If everybody's a customer and if everybody's essentially a voter, why wouldn't you just make sure you cater to the maximum? Look, ultimately, I would dare say that Greece has been the civilization which has probably benefited the most from the welcome of the world outside of Greece, You're a fantastic example of that, all the way to some of your compatriots in Australia. I think Greece has obviously integrated really, really well in the world, and so I see no reason why the opposite shouldn't be possible. At the same time, I think there are plenty of barriers still today. Many of them unintentional, many of them baked into anything from construction and access to buildings, which obviously times are changing. Sexual orientation and preference is something which, frankly, I don't think we should even have a discussion about. But frankly, we're still not there. And a lot of these things, frankly, have been coded into our old DNA and to our old systems. We're having societal discussions right now which were unheard of 5 years ago. And so whatever we do, whatever decision we make, we want to make sure it's inclusive. I talked to you a little bit about making sure that white collar all the way to agriculture are in a way treated in the same way. I think that's another way of doing things. If you think about the young generation which grew up with a smartphone in the womb, all the way to the generation of my parents, who today, when there is travel involved, don't even know how to fill out a COVID certificate and download a boarding pass and get the right tests and the QR codes and whatever. We're running a risk of really, really alienating a lot of people from this digital transition, which is being forced upon us, especially with the pandemic and travel and what have you. And so making sure that we remove barriers and that we commit to that common promise, I think very selfishly is also the best way to have people embrace it. Because if you need to remove fears for people to say, yes, you will be able to benefit, but you can't really sell a benefit unless people are when people are still scared of some of these things today. So for me, this is a call to action and a commitment that we have been making. Look, we're living in life-changing times. Everyone has a role to play. Everybody needs to come on board. And I think we have a unique position as business leaders and as government leaders to make an impact and an imprint, much like sustainability on inclusion. So I don't know what would be holding us back unless making the commitment, being inclusive. I don't see any downside. I think we can, and I think we should.
I think one of the most important things is for people that have experienced, openness and differences and seen how it can actually add to better decisions being made, instead of thinking of it as some sort of sacrifice you're making.
Absolutely.
It's actually, through the wisdom of crowds and all that, you can prove that having that sort of diversity and openness leads to actually better outcomes. It's not something you do for somebody else. You do it for yourself at the end of the day. With the last minute that we have, any quick thoughts about the future of Microsoft in Greece that you can share with us? Are you optimistic? How do you see things overall? Is anything keeping you up at night?
Well, look, I had a long conversation with Theodosis this morning, our general manager. You'll get a chance to listen to him a little bit later on in the panel. I think we're in a position right now where, we feel we have made incredible amounts of progress. We feel, very humbled, but very proud about the contribution that we've been able to bring. One of our proudest moments was when Moody's cited the Microsoft investments as one of the reasons to basically downgrade or upgrade, if you will, the credit rating of Greece. That for us really, hit home and told us that we were making a dent in the universe. And so now our sights are set on what's the next step. And I think skilling is going to be key. I think making sure every small company doesn't get left behind and can join this digital revolution is going to be the next step. So we're incredibly bullish, but at the same time, we're still incredibly hungry because there's so much work to be done still. But I'm very, very proud of what our teams have done in Greece. And I hope we will continue to amaze the Greek people with our generosity, our ingenuity, and our ambition.
Philippe, thank you so much. You guys, Microsoft, you personally, the whole organization in Greece, they've been fantastic, both in terms of the progress they've made in the country, but also in terms of teaching, let's say, other people how to do it right. So it was a distinct pleasure to have you here today. Thank you, and let's both continue our days in our various time zones. And I'll pass it back to the control room. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Ευχαριστώ.
Based on our recent investments in Greece, and as depicted in our study Digital Greece, The Path to Growth, it is crystal clear that Greece's highly skilled and sophisticated human capital is one of the country's key assets. Greeks have built over time an international mindset. They're characterized by their loyalty, commitment, and sense of ownership in everything they do. Most importantly, they have developed resilience mechanisms as a result of the successive turbulence they had to face. In general, Greece is an outward-looking economy with great potential in a wide variety of sectors, spanning from shipping and tourism to ICT, energy, life sciences, and supply chain. Greece's strategic location, its constantly upgraded infrastructure and maturing startup ecosystem, and the various incentives that have been put in place, in combination with the quality of life it offers, provide a very attractive framework for long-term investments.
Greece is now riding high on a positive momentum, while optimism seems to be intensifying. Understandably so, following the change of mindset and acceleration of reforms set in motion on our road to post-pandemic economic recovery. The current commitment that drives the country's digital agenda, its crucial geopolitical position, along with the high level of our labor skills and the quality of life the country offers, make up a matrix that showcases the country's attractiveness as an investment destination.
So, hello everyone. We're here on our panel to discuss what is the lived experience from organizations investing in Greece. I have the pleasure to be hosting this panel. First of all, Theodosis Michalopoulos, the CEO of Microsoft in Greece, Cyprus, and Malta, who is sitting physically right next to me. Hello. Hello. And remotely, we have Robert Hauber, the Chief Financial Officer Europe for Deutsche Telekom, as well as Kostas Malios, Corporate Vice President, Applied AI, Applied Materials. I would like to welcome you all. And I have to say that it's pretty amazing how people from all over the world, including our panelists, are attending this event. I think Kostas in the west coast of the US is probably something like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. So thank you for being with us. So, what we would like to do today in the panel is explore some aspects of your journeys into Greece. And I would like to start off by asking, why did you choose to invest in Greece? And maybe I start with Theodosis, who is sitting next to me. Theodosis, which were the most appealing factors that Microsoft identified in Greece and decided to further expand here?
Thank you, Kyriako, and thank you for hosting us here. Also, Philippe, previously, it's a great honor to be here. So, I would say that I would focus on 3 different factors. The first one is definitely the geopolitical position of Greece. When you are investing in a data center, you want this region, the data center region, to support many countries. So, the position of Greece is a very strong one, to be able to support the neighboring countries. So that was one important part. The second one was the access to the energy. So data centers need energy. And we as Microsoft, we have taken a commitment that by 2025, all our data centers will run 100% on green energy. Taking into account this, we need to go and invest in countries that have access to green energy, solar, wind, and this was another reason that after careful consideration we chose Greece. But the most important, I would say, the third one, was that after a long period of the recession, we were seeing clear signals that there was a strong opportunity for Greece to take leapfrog steps in digital transformation, come through, and we were already in the pandemic, and we could see that within a few months we were taking big steps. So when we were creating a business case for our CFOs with my teams, we were working very strong to persuade that there was an opportunity here. Now, seeing that, after 13 months that we've been in this journey, I think there are already proof points that this is true. We can see in some reports, for example, the digital risers that measure trajectory of the transformation of the private and the public sector, that we've made significant steps. And you can see it every day in our lives, in public sector, in organizations. So that was the main reason that we invested here. We thought that there was a clear opportunity to invest now and be part of this journey that was going to happen, and I think that it is already happening. Regarding the competition and the fact what other countries, look, Microsoft in general, we will make data centers in different countries, not in all. But I think that it is never a competition between which country will create a data center, but it's mostly a decision to invest for the future of this country. For example, 1 week ago, recently, we announced the Belgium data center, which is also a core investment for Microsoft. So I think that you get an idea on how important this is from our side, and whenever we take these steps, we take a very good calculated risk to invest and be part of this journey.
This is a great journey, and thank you for sharing the fact also that what you see now corresponds to what you were hoping to see back when you were planning the business case.
Yeah, there's always a business case behind any investment. You know that very well.
Absolutely. Let me switch over to Robert. Robert, how would you summarize the experience of DT after being an investor in Greece for more than 12 years now?
Well, dear Kyriakos, first of all, thanks for the invitation and good afternoon. It's also a big honor for me to participate here. Well, we invested already in 2008, and the reason for that were pretty much obvious. We are the leading European telco operator, being present in many countries in Europe and in the US, and with the revenues of 100 billion and serving 240 million customers on both sides of the Atlantic. Greece was quite a logical country to invest. And the key drivers were that being part of the European Union, that was very much important. Also being able to rely on a functional legal system. So that was pretty much logical. Unfortunately, and I remember very well the day when we announced the acquisition, I think this was the 17th of March 2008. This was exactly the date when Bear Stearns was going towards Chapter 11. Later on, Lehman Brothers followed. The rest was history. So remember the financial crisis, and this had big impacts on share prices, which imploded, and which resulted into the fact that at the day, we for the first time consolidated OTA in our books, we had to do an impairment. So that was for sure not a good start into investment. And I personally became CFO in 2016, so quite a couple of years later. And I don't want to think what my predecessors were thinking in the years when we are going through several waves of crisis, not only the financial crisis, but later on the Euro crisis, and nowadays the pandemic crisis, where we're hopefully through in a couple of months. But to summarize that, it was overall a roller coaster with lots of ups and downs. And many companies left Greece. We stayed, and we are committed to Greece. And if you ask how I consider the investment, look, we took a risk, and there were a lot of ups and downs. But finally, I have to say that it was a good investment. OTA is right now, after going through a huge transformation, one of the jewels of Deutsche Telekom. And we are committed to Greece. We are committed to OTE. We are very much interested to drive the digitalization of this country, and we will not only continuing investing, but even accelerating.
Thank you, Robert. And it's very nice, of course, to hear that you consider your investment in Greece as one of the jewels of your portfolio. And we all empathize with the roller coaster over all these years. I guess you've been invested here for quite some time and experienced a lot. Shifting gear right now and moving over to Kostas. Kostas, you've been involved in many things already in Greece. 3 years ago, you led the sale of Innoetics to Samsung, the first sale of a government-funded research center company, if I may call it so. And more recently, you led the applied materials acquisition of Think Silicon. Can you talk to us about the transformation from academic researcher to global commercial success? And can you talk to us a bit about your experience?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for having Applied here this afternoon. Hello, everyone. So in general, I guess I would say is that I see Greece as having a technology renaissance. I think if you look at the data points, particularly over the last couple of years, the amount of FDI coming into the country, the investors that are looking at Greece differently is very, very encouraging. So I'm very, very bullish on Greece and its prospects right now. Innoetics and Think Silicon are great companies, and they're just slightly different. And it's been a pleasure to have both the opportunity to sell a company, a Greek company, a technology company, and be part of that team, but also to be a part of an acquirer coming back and buying something amazing in Think Silicon. So, the difference, I guess I would say, is Innoetics built a world-class TTS technology, text-to-speech technology, that really took it from the lab and put it against huge competitors like Google, Alexa, Siri. And the TTS is what really brought Samsung to the table. When I think about, what catalyzed it, it was actually the technology and the product. There's no question about it. That's why Samsung acquired Innoetics. That team is still thriving, led by Emilio, still in Athens. It's growing. It's working on amazing technology at Samsung today. But basic research and tech transfer has not always been easy, I think, in Greece or, frankly, any country. I think building and productizing technology is the way that we have to build that relationship further. And I think we also have to get everyone aligned to making that as frictionless as possible. Having sort of a triple helix model of technology companies, of academia, and of research institutions, combined, I think is the right way to go forward in Greece. And we need to look at how do we make that really easy to digest by global investors, I think, in the country. The Think Silicon case, is something I'm extremely proud of, and I'll share some news today. When we acquired, Think Silicon, we were looking for basically PPACT proof points, power, performance, area, cost, time, which is what Applied Materials is. We're trying to use materials as the enablement for the next compute technology cycle. We believe as compute shifts to wearables, to AI, to different form factors, materials are going to make the fundamental difference. And this is where Think Silicon came in. So far, in terms of the lived experience, it's been a tremendous success. We're very, very proud of the team that was based in Patra. We've opened a brand new office in Athens. We've also opened an office in Thessaloniki at Aristotelian University. We've doubled. We're going to triple the size of the team in the last 18 months. But more importantly, we acquired and made an investment in Greece as Applied Materials because the technology was there. The technology was there with a line of sight of market. And the team was very, very hardworking. They were very focused on what they were doing. And today I can announce that starting about 2 months ago, Think Silicon technology, this is end-to-end technology that was exclusively developed in Greece, is currently shipping in 6 major brands of wearables. There are over 10 million chips already in market. That number is going to grow quite a bit over the next few months. And I think that's the proof point for me at the end of the day. Can technology developed, conceptualized, envisioned in Greece, can that make it to market, and can it be world, scale competitive? And I think for me, the answer is yes. There's no question. Today, Think Silicon is part of the global applied family, but it has all the advantages of being a Greek company. We have amazing talent that's market focused, that works, incredibly hard. I mean, we really have a great team. And I think more importantly, in the future, when you look at semiconductors and AI, one of the 4 pillars of the next, industrial revolution, I think we're right in the crosshairs of where we need to be as a country and as a business, leading in ways that will literally, I think, alter the way we live and the way we work in the world. We're looking forward to continuously working with the Greek government, who's been incredibly supportive. And we're looking at bringing in additional R&D into the Think Silicon team to be done out of Greece. So we're very happy. Our experience has been excellent.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Costa, for these insights. And, the first point within Noetics has been kind of the holy grail, that we've been chasing in Greece, how to convert actually academic research into high-class, high-grade global know-how. And you've shown how it can be done in this country as well. Thank you for that. So, moving ahead, I would like to examine shed some light on a different topic. Some of the negative aspects or obstacles that you've seen, some maybe that are still persisting, others have you been successful in bypassing them. And I would like to turn again to Theodosis to ask the following. How the global cloud infrastructure that Microsoft is setting up will affect positively the attraction of new foreign investments, and what would be the relevant advantages? What have been some of the obstacles that you've faced so far?
Yes, so let's start with the impact. So there is a direct and an indirect impact with that. So first of all, there is the direct impact, is the construction and the buying of the plots, we are already on the way, and we will construct, and there will be some new jobs, business concentrated with that. On top of that, we have announced a big skilling program, so we are investing in the country in order to skill people. Otherwise, this doesn't make any sense, this investment. So we are investing in the skilling of that. And also, we hope that, as Philippe said earlier, we've played a part in attracting others. There is a lot of discussion around data centers, and I hope that our investment 1 year ago fostered the discussion against our competitors or partners. We are all competitors and partners together to come to Greece. So this is the direct impact that I think that we will see some good impact. But it's the indirect that matters. So the cloud region in Greece will make access to computational power, to high computational power, much easier, faster, greener, more secure. So there are all these factors that we hope that will foster the ecosystem and will make a lot of companies, and I'm not talking only about the big ones, the banks, the utilities, telcos, etc., but also the SMBs, which is at the core of what Greece stands for. And we hope that we will help them digitize faster and make them more competitive in the worldwide environment. So this is, I think, the biggest impact that we can expect. Regarding the challenges, I would say, first of all, definitely, it's been a journey in the last 12 months. Government, I have to say, have been very helpful in order to see how they can support, but in general, still the system, regulations, needs further support in big investments. I think we have done amazing steps in the last years, but we need to become even more friendly with that. The second one, probably the most important, because the first one will get through, it's not something that will stop us. The second one is the talent. We see a big need for technical talent in Greece to make the vision that we have for the country, to digitize, to make it in the next years. So we do believe that the appetite is more than the hands that we have in Greece. So we need to do something faster. I think the education system, our contribution to the system, we need to work faster in finding, skilling, ensuring that we have the necessary talent. And by the way, sometimes it feels that somebody could say that the percentage of STEM graduates in Greece is at EU average, but if you see in more depth, you will see that we are lacking the necessary talent in Greece, and by the investments that we are all doing, we will find ourselves competing for the same talent, which is not viable in the long term. And the last one, a small one, since we have also the telco partner, we have done an amazing job in the 5G, I think, as a country. On the broadband space, I know that we have strong plans, and cloud is as fast as the broadband is. So I hope that we will make a leapfrog there as well. I know that Deutsche Telekom, for example, OTE has announced big plans for that. So we're looking forward to that because it will help us improve even further.
Thank you, Theodosi. Maybe Robert might want to say a few things about this going forward. But talent is obviously a big question and a big topic. But I think what you're doing as an investment is definitely a trailblazer. And for sure, the spillover effect that we were talking about also in our study on the SMB market, for example, is going to be tremendous because this is really going to shift the level of the country. So thank you for that, Theodosi. So, Robert, I think Theodosi's made a nice pass, but also, I'd like to ask you, in general, looking ahead, how do you see the country's outlook and the future of your investment in Greece?
Well, first of all, I said before, we are very much committed to Greece, and we are a long-term investor here. And we appreciate a lot what the country has made progress, but still I think we need more reforms. And when it comes, and this is basically on 4 major areas. First of all, and OTE is a stock-listed company, being the second biggest in terms of market capitalization at the stock exchange. Therefore, country risk and economic stability is quite important, not only when it comes to rating, where the country risk is certain kind of burden, and the ability to refinance on the capital market is pretty much important to us, but also on other areas such as regulation. And Theodosis mentioned it, and I cannot agree more to what he said. We need less regulation because to foster investments, we also need to find an environment which makes it worth to invest. And I personally have the alternative to invest in 10 different countries, so I'm looking at the payback. And this for sure depends on the environment. And I think there are a lot of things done. And we are in a regulated industry, and I welcome a fair regulator. But the current situation is we have asymmetric regulation, where we treat it not in the same way than our competition. We're in a good discussion here, but I think it's really important that investments are attractive in Greece, because right now Greece has one of the lowest fiber penetrations across Europe. Fiber is an important enabler for the digitalization. We're willing to invest. I think we have an important role to drive the digitalization in the country, and we want to do that. And we are in a very constructive dialogue here.
Excellent, excellent. So if I read correctly, what you're saying is that we're in the right direction, but we're still not out of the woods. So there's still some things that can improve the overall environment. Okay, Costa, back to you. Which further improvements can you suggest that will help tech startups to scale up and penetrate global markets by receiving investments from abroad? And what is there to be done from a government and innovation ecosystem perspective?
Yeah. Thank you. I want to echo what was just said by Theodosis and Robert. I think simplifying the regulation, just in general, providing a stable environment for FDI to occur in the country is critical. We went through a period when there were retroactive, regulations that came in, which, for any investor, whether you're an individual investor or a, commercial investor, an institutional investor, you need predictability to calculate your ROI. And Robert is exactly spot on. That's what drives investment. And so I think the government has made huge strides in stabilizing the environment. I think we need to keep going, and I think we need to simplify the regulation even further. Nothing new here. I also want to mention what Theodosi said, which is, one of the challenges for startups is talent. A few years ago, we never thought this would be an issue. But today, Greece is on a roll. I mean, we're really making a lot of progress. There's a lot of companies that are coming in. They're looking at Greece, and I'm starting to see a little bit of a talent crunch in the country. We need to be very proactive, both as industry, as academia, as government, all working together to increase our talent pool. At Think Silicon, we've actually been not just repatriating Greeks, but we're actually hiring foreign nationals to come into the team, which is a wonderful thing. But we need to keep that going. The other issue I find is that we need more experience in the Greek startups, particularly on the business side. The Greek startups do an amazing job on the technology side, firsthand experience. But on the business side, we're still a little bit more myopic than we should be. In other words, we need to look way beyond the Greek borders, even beyond the European borders, for customers, for ecosystems, for networks, for investment, and especially even for talent. So we need to add to the business acumen in the Greek technology startup community today. I'm a huge believer in ecosystems in general. And when I think about ecosystems, I think it's what is the flywheel that keeps everything going, from investment, talent, to products, and so forth. So specifically, I guess what I would say is I want to encourage Greek startup companies to bring in global leaders to be serving on their boards. I think that is something that is easy to do. There's a lot of reasons why people would be interested in this. And I think it's important because it will give them diversified thought and, more importantly, networks and connectivity to a global marketplace. And I think that connectivity is the next big obstacle, I think, for Greek technology startups. And we're good at this. We just need to reach out and increase our capabilities through our network. This is in the Greek DNA, and we need to do more of it. The simplifying of government-funded research is another place that I think we need to focus on. The IPCI program that's currently under the EU, supported by the Greek government, is an excellent program. We're looking to use that. But there's still a lot of red tape that we have to cut through as companies. And so I think that really needs to be an area of focus, because especially in semiconductors and AI and other parts in data center technology and edge, it's a global market like never before. And I think for us to compete in terms of producing the products and the technology that the market wants, we really need to remove all the barriers. The last thing that I would say is that, delivering winning products for Greek startups is key. Talking about them doesn't get us anywhere. But I think Greek technology companies have to focus on products and delivering them to market. And I think if we take into account some of the things that were said here today, I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Kostas. And your call to action, more than words, I think, is definitely what we need to be doing. We seem to be coming back to this talent topic, all of us, in the discussion. And of course, we all know about this big discrepancy in the Greek economy, where on the one hand, overall unemployment is high. On the other side, there's tremendous demand for talent. Which basically means that there's a crunch that we need to somehow resolve right now. Okay, I would like us to explore a bit of a different dimension right now around personal experiences in all of this. So, going back to Theodosis again. From your experience, Theodosi, what is the role of Greek executives that work for multinational enterprises in the country, influencing their global leadership teams to include Greece in their future investment plans? And how did you and your team practically, how were you supported with any challenges, issues, and how important is the role of the local teams during the decision-making process?
Yes, I think that this is key. At the end of the day, when you're starting a big investment, I think that we all, apart from being, for example, in our case, Microsoft employees, we're also Greeks. And we're trying always to, as we think that our purpose is to empower the country and the businesses and the organizations to achieve more. And it is also to grow. We aspire to grow Microsoft in Greece, but in the same time, grow Greece within the Microsoft. So it became, I could see whenever we were working around this, you could see the pride that the people were taking, the accountability. And I have to say that this was a key part of how we did it and what we did. People worked hard, they worked for a lot of time, with very low chances in the beginning. We didn't even believe between us that we would be a data center region country, which is big within Microsoft. And so we had to work a lot. Now, on the how and some personal learnings through this journey, I have to tell you that I believe that one of the things that is helping is Greek brand, the brand of Greece. So, okay, we had some hiccups with Brexit and all these negative connotations, but ultimately, the brand of Greece is very strong. We have a cultural heritage, we're connected with values, virtues, Olympic Games, democracy, so many things, apart from a great country, that makes a lot of our executives all around the world. I believe Robert, Kostas is definitely Greek, so it was much easier. So it's a very nice pitch to sell Greece to global executives. And I have to say that as I grew up and was raised in Greece, it was always felt in school that, okay, it's ancient Greece, we want to be more progressive, we look at the future, not in the past so much. So I was part of that. But as I grew up, I realized, and as we were discussing around this investment, that our history can be a big pivot point for us. So, for example, in the data center investment, in the same time we were working on digitizing ancient Olympia, a project that we announced last week, which, trust me, had a tremendous impact within Microsoft. You can see today, even I was seeing in LinkedIn, people from US people, nothing to do with Greece, were posting this Microsoft project. So it was kind of amazing to see how many people are correlating with what happened here. So I think this is a key point, the brand of Greece, and I think we should pivot more, and we have a good advantage versus other countries in attracting investments, and probably this is something we need to do more going forward.
Well, thank you very much, not least because you remind us about the values and ideals that this country also stands for. So thank you very much for that. And actually, I found quite interesting, how you're describing the sense of pride that local people take in doing things. And I think this is something that we need to highlight more as a country, that Greeks are motivated by the quality of the things that they do probably more than anything else. So thank you to those. So going back to Robert, Robert, what can be done from the Greek administration in order to attract further investments in the innovation and technology area? And I was wondering if you also had any sort of personal angle to share from this investment in Greece.
Well, first of all, as I outlined before, the Greek government has done a lot, and this path needs to be continued going forward. I touched before regulation, but also other areas such as taxation are pretty much important. To be very honest, my biggest concern and my biggest pain point is the bureaucracy, which still exists in Greece. I all the time thought that we Germans are world champion in that one, but I think in Greece there is also a lot which can be improved. And here I'm talking especially when it comes to the collaboration between the authorities. When we would like to enhance, to help and support to digitize the country, there is some things which can be done better. When it comes to my experiences, very honestly, and I have a little bit of different perspective being German on Greece, I have to say that Greece is really a wonderful country with amazing people, and also to say this very clearly, for me, a core member of the European Union. So from that perspective, I'm really happy that this kind of Brexit discussion is a discussion of the past. And I really admire a lot of things here in this kind of countries. Also, the quality of our management is really excellent. And if I look at what I really admire here is the passion in the execution. You can believe that we have tough discussion about the strategic direction, but I can fully rely on the execution of the local management. Is really a great management team here in OTE. And not surprisingly, OTE delivers the best services in Greece, in the country, is a technology leader in the country. And from that point of view, I think we are in a good way to modernize together with the Greek state and digitize the Greek country going forward.
Thank you very much for this. Bureaucracy is always something that I guess we're fighting against in Greece, and we need to keep focusing on that because obviously there's a lot to be done. But thank you very much, Robert, for this. And moving over to Kostas for a question to you on this front. How easy or difficult is for Greek startups to negotiate directly with digital M&Es? What piece of advice would you share to those startups looking to achieve synergies and attract investments from foreign firms?
Good question. Based on my experience, I think Greek startups neither have it easy or hard. I think it's the same. And I think this is important. I think we need to build the mindset that we are in a global marketplace for investors. You know, investors have many options, and yet they're all chasing deals. They're chasing the top deals, trying to place their bets. The key thing here is I think Greek companies have to make it easy for them to place their bets. So what does that mean? I think that means is prepare your company, build it correctly, build it to scale from day one. The company needs to be ready for a world-class opportunity or investment or scrutiny at any point in time in its trajectory. And so building it correctly and not becoming complacent about how you build it, I think is a critical point. Another one is to build, obviously, a highly developed technology that is highly differentiated, that's valuable and sustainable. In other words, build a moat around your specific technology that differentiates it from other companies. And that doesn't have to be invention. It could be literally innovation, which are not the same thing. And enlist the active support of your customers, your early adopters, your networks, the investors and the media. Constantly be working in a 360-degree way to get your company in front of the right people at the right time. And don't wait. I think sometimes startup entrepreneurs and teams who wait for things to come to them because they think they've done all the hard work already. The fact of the matter is the world still needs to know about you. They still need to know about what you've built. They still need to understand why it's important. Another point would be just to raise enough money. One of the biggest problems in startups around the world, and I've seen it in Greece as a private investor, is that they never raise enough money. So they're constantly in money raise cycles, which means the CEO is always preoccupied with the next round rather than actually building amazing technology and getting it to market. And use global benchmarks for this. I think I talk to Greek companies all the time, and some of the numbers that they're trying to raise are so small that I think they need to really rethink what they need to raise in their rounds. I know they don't want to give up the equity too early. I understand all that, but you can't constrain the company's growth by raising too small of a round, or frankly, not thinking big enough, not having the vision of a global marketplace. And last but not least, I think Greece needs river guides. We have some right here. I heard others earlier in the program. We need locals that know their way around the country. Foreign investors need a comfort level that they don't yet still have. I spoke to a huge hedge fund manager about Greek companies, and he runs a huge private equity organization. And he said they just don't know enough about the country to go in and invest at scale. And I think when we build a comfort level and we build friendships, we become more transparent to investors. I think this is where it helps. And frankly, all of us here today, this is where we can all pitch in, is to make Greece a more known entity to invest and do business in.
Thank you very much, Kostas. And I guess, one of the objectives of this event today, and also the study that we did, was precisely to reach out, to the global community and try to start making the connections and connecting the dots. Because, as you say, local people need to be connected to the international system to make this work. Thank you also for outlining all these golden nuggets. I'm sure aspiring startups here in the audience are taking frantic notes of all the points that you mentioned that I'm sure have been gained through tough experience. So, having said this, I would like really to thank you all for this great discussion. Thodosi, Robert, and Kostas, thank you very much. And looking forward to see you in the trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As you would expect, I will offer 3 suggestions. The first one has to do with the talent. we do see a lack of IT talent around Greece. And although we have reversed the brain drain that happened during the recession, we still need our education system to prepare more engineers and more IT professionals for the market. The second one has to do with the fixed line broadband. We need to evolve further the access of small and medium enterprises around Greece in high-speed internet. And the last one has to do with the bureaucracy. We have evolved and changed a lot as a country in the last years, but we need to make it easier for companies around the world to invest in Greece.
Of course, in no case should we be complacent as global competition for foreign investment grows. On the one hand, the key priorities must be carried on are the continuous improvement of skills, with an emphasis on digital ones, support of high-tech industries and innovation in areas such as clean technology, smart grids and health, and finally, a boost of the country's extroversion. On the other hand, the simplification and codification of legislation and the timely administration of justice, the protection of intellectual property, a more effective public administration and a stable tax system are crucial considerations. As the Greek economy recovers, foreign investment will not only accelerate this trajectory, most importantly, will help our economy to adapt and transform according to the requirements of the new global digital economy.
Welcome to this interesting discussion that I'll be having with perhaps one of Greece's best economists, Nikos Vetas, who is also the General Director of EOVE and one of the key architects behind the famous Pissaridis report, and I would argue probably the most active private equity investor right now in Greece, from BC Partners, Nikos Stathopoulos. Now, because I've got two Nikos, and it's going to be difficult to moderate the discussion, I'm going to give you rapper names, so Nikos V and Nikos S, okay? So I can properly run this discussion. And look, I think the previous panel asked the crucial question, Nico S, about what has your experience been, taking away, obviously, the bias of you being Greek, as an international investor, what was your experience of having invested in Greece over so many years? I mean, what are the positives and negatives, and what change have you actually seen over the past 5, 6, 7 years?
Well, first of all, good afternoon to all, and thank you for having me here as well myself. It's a pleasure to be with you. I have been investing actually in Greece for the past 15 years, so I have seen the country evolve and not just in various stages and in various governments, but also in the perception that foreign investors like ourselves have had in the country. And I think Greece has changed, I would say almost dramatically, in the last couple of years, partly with regards to the perception that the country has, but more importantly, the fundamentals of attracting new investors. In Greece has had a lot of historical issues when it comes to the usual things that I think everyone knows about our country in terms of bureaucracy, in terms of a slow judicial system, in terms of the red tape and everything else. I think a lot of these things in the last couple of years have taken a different, I would say, better route, in the sense that the country has been massively transformed when it comes to digital transformation, and that simplifies its processes. And it also, the country has shown a willingness to attract foreign investors by making sure that the processes are much more simplified, by the fact that the state and the administration is showing a willingness to facilitate certain ways, by having a more stable environment. And I think these are all changes that have resulted in more and more foreign investors coming into this country in the last few years. And I don't think it's by accident. I think it's because people see a combination of factors. One is, as I mentioned, a change in terms of the way things are done in the country. Secondly, and probably most importantly, in my mind, is growth. They see that the country is growing from more than a decade of very difficult times, of memoranda, of crisis, of financial crisis, of the risks of Brexit. And all these things are now behind us. And I think people are seeing the opportunity to invest in a market that is growing fast and that is changing in terms of its attitude towards investment.
Do you still feel that we are behind compared to other markets that you're active in? And in what areas do you feel the next 5 years we should be focusing on?
Well, if it's a question of whether we're behind, it's more general as a statement. I think the country is still probably behind when it comes to some of the processes that are required, and as I was mentioning before, bureaucracy and certain ways that the state can help facilitate and expedite certain investments. I do think that my biggest worry is that a lot of the things that are happening or we're seeing happening and going the right way stop. And they could stop because of change of attitude. They could stop because of change of policy. They could stop because of course, another event which is beyond our control, because investors need that stability. And I think that's the stability that has been missing from the country over the last at least 2 decades that I've been closer to it, is the one that I want to make sure that it's restored and we don't lose. So as long as there is stability in terms of reforms, stability, tax systems, so stability in terms of the way things are done, I think the country can match, call it, on what other economies are doing today, and why even markets like other European developed markets have been attracting capital. Let's not forget that, unfortunately, our country, Greece, remains a small market. So for Greece to attract foreign investors, it has to almost have a disproportionate amount of either growth and or attractiveness vis-a-vis some bigger economies like France, Germany, Italy, etc., who have the advantage of size.
Indeed, I think that continuity and predictability always come up very high on the list of things where we're lacking, indeed. Nico Veta, the Pissarides report, I think, now has its almost 1-year anniversary, if I'm not mistaken. And I think a lot of people are curious, what has happened since you guys wrote this report? Are we on track? Are we not? What are your observations in terms of how we've progressed against the objectives set by that report? Nico, I think you have to unmute.
I think it's better now, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, sorry for that. Look, the report that you mentioned, which was obviously a collective work led by Chris Pisaridis, basically did two things. One was to describe what sort of economy Greece can be so that it continues growing, and also how you go there from where we are today. To connect back to what Nikos Stathopoulos was saying before, in my mind, the surprise would not be if Greece grows. The surprise is, in fact, how Greece is such a backwards economy, why we are lagging in almost all the main categories relative to European peers, continuously, gradually, little by little, over the last 10 decades. It's not just a matter of what has happened since 2008. In 1980s, this country was much ahead relative to Ireland, to Portugal, to Spain. And we have not actually unleashed the potential that this economy has. There is absolutely no reason why Greece could not be one of the richest countries in the world. It's in the core of European institutions, so you have stability. It is a center of a very vibrant area in the Eastern Mediterranean and entrance to Europe. It's a country with a tradition in investing in human capital. So if you put all of these things together, you have to wonder what is missing. And what is missing is some key institutions effectively in the interface between the public sector and markets. And that bureaucracy that the other Nikos mentioned makes Greek businesses very introvert, looking into domestic demand, but domestic demand is very low. And that led to all the pathogenies of the past. But let's not do historical analysis. As I said, if a few things are fixed, and that's easier said than done, and we can discuss what has to be fixed further, the sky is the limit. Just to put things in perspective, over the last 10 decades, the overall investment level in Greece has been at the average of the EU. It's about somewhere between 23, 25% of GDP investment. However, a huge part of that was investments that we made in our houses. So the average Greek household has been saving. It's not true that we have not been saving. Has been saving, but we have built houses. That's why we have one of the highest home ownerships in the world. And the reason was the underdeveloped capital markets, the lack of trust in institutions, the lack of trust in the institution of business itself. Now, once this housing got out of the window in 2008, when the economy collapsed and effectively the country got bankrupt, the overall investment level as we speak and since then is about half of what it was before. And it's about half of what it is in the rest of Europe. So even if investment grows 10, 15% per year, we still have a lot of ground to cover. So we need a lot more of what we have been seeing the last 2 or 3 years. We need to follow, not only to follow linearly on that same path that Nikos described before, the other Nikos, but we have to go exponential on that. And if you wish, I can explain what can give this exponential growth. Otherwise, the country is going to grow, but it's going to grow slower than the rest of Europe. And that by itself is going to be a problem for a number of years.
One of the challenges, Nikos Stathopoulos, that we're seeing at the moment in Greece is that obviously we are still under a form of, let's call it, supervision of some sort, which means that obviously, let's call it fiscal restraint is still very important. Now, despite the relatively large sums coming through RRF, we still need to pick our battles, right? So we need to decide in which areas we have to invest to get the maximum result. Now, one thesis would be that actually technology firms across Europe are growing at about 5 times the speed of the rest of the companies in any European economy, and hence a disproportionate amount should go into technology and innovation. And I'd like your opinion about that, both in terms of whether this is a correct statement and also whether these kinds of decisions should be made by the government.
Well, first of all, I would say that innovation is key in anything. And it's key in anything because it grows business. It helps us stay ahead of competition. It also helps take advantage of new technologies. So I think innovation is absolutely critical, regardless of industry, regardless of country, regardless of anything else. And it's a must almost. I think it's also key because, especially for a country like Greece, but as I was mentioning, it applies in any context. It is increasing the chances to react to change. And by doing so, you can also not only be ahead of the curve, but also discover new opportunities. And all these things are relevant for one sort of ultimate target in my mind and one ultimate target only, which is growth. As Nikos Vetas was mentioning before, and as I mentioned earlier, Greece needs to grow disproportionately to some of its other European peers because it's almost handicapped because of its historical pathogenies that it had, as well as international arena, is by having a disproportional growth. And innovation is a key, I think, way to do so. I think that will also mean that we can refer to creating, for example, more effective processes, as I mentioned, more effective products, more ideas. But ultimately, I do believe that innovation can act as a catalyst to make a business and a country, for that matter, grow. And so I think innovation is key. I think innovation, the way it's handled, however, has to be careful. And I think you mentioned something on this earlier. I think as a country, because we have limited resources, and I'm not just talking about financial resources, given our size and scale and number of people, general human capital resources, I actually do believe that we should pick our spots, that I think we should focus on what we think we can do better. Ultimately, the ultimate, I would say, decision maker or where we should be investing should be the private sector, not the public sector, should not be the state. Is the private sector that will identify where the opportunities are, is the private sector and the entrepreneurship that will drive that growth and funnel the funding. So I think innovation is key. I think the country has and should focus on it more. And I would personally be in favor of picking our spots and trying to develop what I would say almost centers of excellence in certain areas. You know, a lot of our peers and all our neighboring countries, despite their size, in the sort of the Balkan area, for example, and other neighboring markets, have developed that center of excellence when it comes to technology or IT or some engineers and stuff. We should be doing the same. We have nothing to be jealous of because I do think that the human capital in our countries is extremely high.
Nico Veta, I think there's an underlying debate in a lot of people's minds when it comes to a growth plan that undoubtedly we need. And I'd say it's almost a debate between a Friedmanite approach where you let the market decide or a more Keynesian approach where the government plays a more vital role. Now, this is perplexing for a lot of people because you look at places where theoretically it's been the free market that has decided, and upon closer inspection, you see that actually the government was very much involved. And this is true of Silicon Valley and the role of the US military establishment in the development of Silicon Valley, or you look at Israel, where the government has played a vital role as well. Where do you strike the balance as an economist, having observed Greece, I would say, through thick and thin, good times, bad times? Where do you think we are today? How much government? How much master planning or central planning, and how much do we leave to the market with its known imperfections, obviously?
Marco, you are opening up a huge discussion. If I could respond in one sentence, it's not a question of how much government, it is what type of government. Certainly, you don't want a government that is large but inefficient. I should say actually a state, even though in this country, the boundary between what's a government and what's a state is a little bit unclear sometimes. It's obvious that the European model, but also the model that makes sense, is that the public sector should provide the basis for business, and the business has to find its own way. And in fact, you have to provide such a basis for business that it can be flexible, it can be innovative. What one company does one year, you know this, Marco, perhaps as well as anyone else. It's not the same that it will be doing the same company 2 years down the road. So to basically assume that a technocrat or a bureaucrat is going to dictate business, that would be completely wrong, especially in a country with a history like ours. At the same time, it's obvious that there are some key areas where the government should help. For instance, even though I believe that the key area of growth has to be the nexus between technology and manufacturing, let's take another area, which is the whole thing that has to do with tourism, culture, inviting people to live here permanently, or for that, key infrastructure, transport, healthcare, schools is essential. Likewise, what sort of interface you are going to have with universities and other education institutions. So how you create this, of course, it's not going to be up to the government to decide, but it has to facilitate through infrastructure. I want to say one quick word about some things that Nikos Stathopoulos very rightly picked up on. Innovation. That's how money is made. But in order to innovate, you have to take risks. And for businesses to be able to take risks, it has to be that the rest of their environment is not too risky. If you are in a country that's unclear how it's going to be 5 years down the road, or if you don't know what the tax system is going to be next year, then you cannot afford to take risks where it really matters. So one reason that stability is key is exactly so that you can take the right types of risks. You start 10 projects, and one of these 10 projects is going to work, and then you will be making money by creating innovative services and products. That's one thing to be said. The second thing that I really want to stress, and that's what makes me a little bit optimistic, despite the difficulties, is that this process of growth is not linear. Once you have enough business activity from existing businesses or newcomers into the country that are extroverts, this changes the name of the game. This changes the nature of the country. This will more easily allow people to decide that they're going to live in Greece rather than in France or in California. They will not come in Greece if there is one good company, and they're very good at doing that, because they want to have an outside option. They want to have an alternative that they can move from company A to company B, or then they leave and they create their own companies, and so on and so forth. So it's not the same threshold in all the sectors, but there are threshold effects that once you hit them, these thresholds, then it becomes much easier later, let alone the fact that even in terms of the political economy of the country, if you allow me this term, once you have a lot of these innovative and extrovert firms, then policy actually cannot ignore them. So policy itself becomes endogenous in this, and economists would say. And the third thing to say is, where are we? How far are we? You asked before, are we out of the woods effectively? Are we there in terms of policy? In a very crude way, I would say that there are 4 steps until Greece really gets to really high growth. And we are halfway through. So the first step is to establish finance to the country. That's more or less done. This is thanks to the European umbrella of safety that has been put on top of us, but it's also thanks to actions by the government. We are not back in 2012 or 2014. So finance is there. That's one. Second, do we have a government that does reforms and overall in the right direction? Yes. Okay, we have that. But then there are 2 more steps that are missing. Have we succeeded in really hard and irreversible reforms? And I mean cracking the hard nuts, parts of why we're slow in the injustice, some of the difficult parts of public administration, and so on and so forth. This we have not demonstrated yet. Once this is done, then everybody that looks into Greece, they're going to say, oh boy, these guys, they are now at a different level. And that gets us to the 4th level. Can we have stability so that when a new government comes, because there will be a new government at some point, when ministers change, when conditions change, we can have enough continuity, because investors do not care about the next couple of years. Investors have a 10-year horizon. And this is not a matter of just the government. This is a matter of the opposition. This is a matter of SEV. This is a matter of the journalists. This is a matter of us, the researchers. It takes a lot of people that are going to determine how the country is going to be 10 years down the road.
I think Nikos has expressed a very simple but profound truth in saying that in this debate about what is the role of government in a growth strategy over the next 10 years, perhaps the most important thing is provide its citizens and entrepreneurs enough safety and predictability in their everyday life so that they will have the requisite appetite for risk in their business life. I think that is a wonderful way to sum up the role of government. And with that, Nikos Stathopoulos, there is this unique viewpoint that you have, living in London, being an international Greek, an innovative Greek, yet caring a lot about the country and investing in the country. This whole sort of enthusiasm about digital nomads that came about during COVID, and this expectation or wish that perhaps Greece could become a host country to repatriate Greeks that had left during the crisis, or even more, invite non-Greeks to live here. I think this predictability that Nikos Vetas talked about may be an issue. For example, I've spoken to friends of mine who have already started raising kids abroad and are Greek, and they're saying, yeah, realistically, we could come back, but you have so few English-speaking schools in Greece. How can we realistically come back? What is your sense about what might be missing to make this happen? And is it like wishful thinking to be talking about digital nomads?
Well, first of all, we need to decide if this is really a priority for Greece, i.e., do we actually want to attract the non-Greeks to come back to Greece? Or do we want to attract the Greek diaspora who has left the country for good or different reasons, who has started a life outside of the country and is debating whether to come back? And in my mind, the latter is more important as a first step. The first step would be to attract the Greeks who have left, who have decided for different reasons that they wanted to either work abroad or start their life abroad and continue their life abroad, and see if we can bring them back into the country. And I think that's a bigger priority than trying to attract some foreign non-Greeks, let's say, to come back to our country, because unfortunately the infrastructure, the culture, and even smaller things like schooling and everything else, are currently not catering for that. At the same time, I think that the country is going to be much better off if it's able to attract the bright minds, the Greek bright minds that left the country over the years and have developed a great career outside of the country and are debating to come back. And I can tell you also from personal experience and also from friends of mine, you know, I'm an example of somebody who has lived outside of Greece for more than 30 years now, that a lot of, I have several of my friends, but for the first time over probably 2 decades, I've seen not only debating whether they should come back, but preparing to come back. And I think for me, as the British will say, the proof is in the pudding. I do think that here you see that the bright minds are coming back to the country. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the digital space. It doesn't need to be in the innovation space. I think these will come because I repeat, I don't think we should prescribe what industries or how the country is going to grow, because that the free economy will let it happen. What's more important for me is you have a bunch, and a very large bunch, of Greeks living abroad who left the country, and I think they love the country. They have that nostalgia of Greece. And I think, but in the past, the conditions were not there for them, and the opportunity cost really was very high for them to leave their current markets or jobs to come back to Greece just because of the love of the country or for the nostalgia. I think the country has a unique opportunity now. I've seen it happening. I hope it's not just a sporadic exercise that's going on. I think the country and the government, rightly so, if I may say, is giving incentives for people to come back. We're not pioneers in this. Other countries have done the same. And I think it's also the right thing to do. It's not for economic reasons and monetary reasons and tax reasons that the Greeks will come back. But it's actually something that actually helps, because it's an additional incentive in the list of potential reasons that somebody might be having to debate whether they should come back to their mother country or not. So I'm optimistic, and I think you will see more and more people coming back, as long as what we were talking before is sustainable. And this is not just a one-off exercise. I see a lot of euphoria in the country, and I think probably the country deserves some euphoria because we've gone through difficult times. Let's make sure that this is a sustainable one. And it's something that will attract more and more of our peers back into our homeland.
Nico, let me ask you a personal question, because sometimes it sort of unveils the truth. Assuming you were to take your family and come back in a month, right? What would be the issues in your mind that would make you skeptical? You know, the things that you would wish could be fixed before you came back.
Where for in somebody, in my case, of course, it is a personal thing, and maybe not, it's not necessarily applicable to everyone else. But ultimately, the first thing, as I was mentioning, is for people who have had a successful career abroad, there is a high opportunity cost of the one way that they will be attracted is if they feel that they can almost not necessarily replicate, but not leave sort of too much of their career. And when I'm saying career, I'm not talking only financial. I'm talking about also the intellectual challenge, the opportunities that are presented by leaving and being a citizen of the world, ultimately, where some of us have developed of being. And I think having that international profile, that ability to have growth opportunities in the country are key. And for me, that would be a key thing in coming back to Greece. And that's why in a country where you can see growth, in a country where you can see innovation, in a country where you can see processes being simplified, and the daily life, as in Greek, η καθημερινότητα, is not something that becomes a chore, but it becomes a very straightforward exercise. I think these are all important steps to attract people like ourselves. Financial incentives would help, but I don't think they are the ones that are going to determine if, certainly in my case, but also a lot of my colleagues, are going to be the number one criteria to bring us back to the country.
That's actually very useful. I'll go to another topic, Nico Veta, which is that essentially if you think of this environment that we're in right now, and especially in the context of this gathering today, we're talking about younger companies that have been founded in the past 5 to 7 years. They seem to be performing very well. They've reached a market cap of about 7 billion, which is nothing short of a miracle if you look at where we started, yet way behind most of the rest of Europe. In terms of the investment steps, or let's say the investment areas, we've got some venture capital at the moment. We've got 6 funds. Israel, of course, has 250. And we're investing about 70 million a year. Israel is investing $1.5 billion. Germany is investing 700 million. So, way behind. And then another thing is we are mostly lacking later stage investment sources within Greece. So essentially growth capital when it comes to technology is very, very limited. And then we have a virtually non-existent stock market. Okay, so a lot of the parts of the chain are still not there. They're literally missing. I would say angel investing, definitely missing. VC, yes, we have a little activity, much less than other countries. Virtually non-existent growth equity, and then a stock exchange that is suboptimal, to say the least. Realistically, what would you prioritize right now, Nico Veta? Where should we put our energy? What should we fix first? I have an interview straight after you guys with the Prime Minister, and I'm interested to hear your views.
Well, some of what you described, Marco, is more like a symptom than a cause, or in fact, it's both a symptom and a cause. We have had an underdeveloped capital markets for a really long time, and all this goes back to what we have been discussing, the lack of broader stability that would allow you to fund risk in the right ways. It also has to do with what sort of businesses we have. If you think about it, most of business in Greece is of a tiny size, extremely tiny, not even SMEs, completely micro businesses of 5 people or whatever, and they remain micro. And then what you also have is some larger businesses that have been around for 20 or 30 years. But what you are missing, with several good exceptions, but overall you are missing a lot more businesses that they start small and then they grow and they become of a size that is noticeable in an international scale. And we all know that there are some great examples, but we need a lot more of that. So where do you start? I think you cannot start by saying I'm going to just order more venture capital or stuff like that. You have to start with having a broader, a stable, broader environment in terms of tax policies, justice system, and so on and so forth. Of course, you cannot fix everything overnight, but you have to show the direction. Once this is done, everybody understands the Greek economy, like a huge magnifying glass has been put on top of us since 2010. Obviously, not for the internal demand. It's going to come in for foreign demand. And what can this foreign demand be? As I said before, technology, and this implies services, but also manufacturing, one. And then there is this whole ecosystem, some might say, between cultures, broader civilization, tourism, and so on and so forth. I want to say one more word on the human capital aspect. First of all, Nikos Stathopoulos is absolutely right. This resource of Greeks abroad is completely valuable. And you have to mobilize these people, but not necessarily in the idea that, okay, you have to do it in a way that people come to Greece and they still keep the option open that then perhaps 5 years down the road they go back. Or then they attract some of their non-Greek colleagues. Greece has to be open in its labor markets and in its entrepreneurship. It cannot be you are in Greece or abroad. The ideal is that you spend some time in Greece and some time abroad. And in this same vein, I think a great opportunity is going to gradually appear if we open up our higher education system to non-Greeks. Countries have done this, obviously the US and the UK. They collect the best and the brightest, in quotes, of course. But other countries as well. Of course, Israel, the Netherlands more recently. If you imagine a system where a third or a fourth of our students in the engineering schools, in economic schools, of course, in humanities and classics, these are non-Greeks that they study here. They learn the country. Perhaps they create personal relationships. Not all of them, but maybe one out of four of them, 1 out of 5 will stay in the country or they will return. This is huge. The country has to have a more active immigration policy. Greeks will always leave the country, and they should leave the country, some of them. So we should be inviting new blood. And so this, along with having some people spending some of their productive years here, this can make all the difference.
Nico Stathopoulou, I think, the perspective of someone working in private equity is potentially very important in sort of identifying the management capability, not just of a company, but also of a country. So you've built teams here that actually have successfully grown businesses, and then these businesses have moved on at much higher valuations. And in that process, I'm sure that you've probably observed more than most, and from an outside perspective, an unbiased perspective, the weaknesses and the strengths of Greek managers. Could you give us a sort of an honest account of where you think we're doing well and where you think that the issues of the educational system become most apparent?
Well, first of all, you're right, Marco. I mean, the reality is that I have invested over 25 years now of being in the investing in the private equity industry. I've invested in about 13 or 14 countries. And I can say, not just because we're having this discussion today, but honestly, hand on heart, they are very well educated. They're very commercial in the way they approach business. They're very hardworking. I think there's a wrong perception outside the country and the outside world about the work ethic of our fellow Greek citizens. And I can tell you that in my experience is second to none. And I think there's a wrong perception that hopefully the results will show that it is indeed very wrong. So for me, I think the human capital that I have observed in various sectors like telecoms or in media or in healthcare or even in hospitality that I have invested in the past is very strong. What I do think it makes a difference ultimately is you can attract and retain ultimately very good managers the bigger the company is, and also I would also say the more sort of extrovert the company is, because that gives the advantages that also, for example, Nikos Vedas was mentioning earlier on, that you want to have people who actually feel that they can interact with the outside world, that they have the opportunities to travel, to have that intellectual and personal challenge that every one of us who has an ambition to grow can have. And in my mind, the better management teams I've come across are the ones that have been involved in businesses that had a big extrovert profile. Pharmathen is a great example of this. One investment we made 5 years ago behind a fantastic Greek company in the healthcare, in the pharmaceutical sector, which is doing R&D in Greece with 250 scientists. 80% of them had PhDs in a market and in a country that was exporting its products to more than 100 countries. And of course, it was ended up being a success story, not so much because we did something magical as shareholders, but because the management team was able to execute a strategy that was very well thought through, and they were capable of implementing it. And so I think my view is One of the potential handicaps that our country has, as I mentioned at the beginning, was its small size. And in a small country, you can have, of course, a plethora of talent and a plethora of education, of course, that each of these management teams has had. My experience has been that especially larger companies, which are more extrovert, have exceptional management teams. I think smaller companies sometimes need strengthening on the management, which is not a surprise. And it's something, frankly, that I don't think it's a Greek phenomenon. I think it's a phenomenon I've seen in other markets with small family-owned businesses, like countries like Italy we've invested in, or even Spain, where you do have the family businesses. They don't necessarily have all the professional management team across all the functions, and there they need more strengthening. But I do believe that the country has nothing to be jealous of other markets. I also agree that it would really help if the educational system supports and encourages more international people to come over. And I think the Greek system has remained too Greek in some cases, and I think we can benefit from some more internationalization. This is a longer-term exercise, but ultimately, education is a longer-term exercise, and it's a key tool for success for all of us.
I think that another question that has come up, Nikoveta, is a lot of people are blaming underperformance in certain areas because of not marketing the country appropriately or not shouting enough about what progress we've made. And I guess the question here is, are we ready? Bill Bernbach, the sort of father of advertising, famously said that there is nothing that kills a bad product as fast as good advertising. So my question to you is, do you think we're ready? Should we be shouting about Greece, or we give it another 1 or 2 years, put our heads down, do more infrastructure work, and then go for this kind of campaign? What's your perception, your opinion, rather?
Marco, that's actually a really interesting question. Not to invite investors now, even if we are not ready, because there is a window of opportunity in the world, in the global markets over the next couple of years. And, the world is not going to wait for us to improve. However, and I think that's the core of your question, we should not promise what we cannot deliver. I think we should not oversell ourselves. Greece is a country of huge potential, but also of huge weaknesses. And I think, as I said before, almost every investor now knows what we are. If we promise that we're going to deliver, 2.5, we should not deliver 2.4. We should, and that's primarily has to do with businesses, but also the government. Credibility is that you deliver what you promise. And I think Nikos was right before when he said that there is a deficit there. I would absolutely prescribe with the idea that the quality, not only of managers, but of scientists and most people who work in this country is excellent. They are flexible, they work extremely hard, they are innovative. But we do lack, when it comes to businesses, governance is not always the greatest. Transparency and rules, and that what we could gradually promise, Marco, that we are on a path of improving. I think showing that you are in a credible path of improvement is pretty much, that's 99% of the battle. You don't have to show that you are perfect. Nobody is perfect. If you are perfect, then all the capital and all the people will be here. We are not perfect. But if you show that we are committed to improve, and that you can go public with that, I believe. But you have to promise exactly what you can you can deliver. One supplementary word on this. What sort of businesses we need? If you take seriously what I said before about governance, I think that's where foreign governance rules, and when I say foreign, coming from multinationals, so foreign capital, that's key. Either having multinationals coming to the country or foreign capital that comes into Greek companies. That's not just money. I think it's primarily culture and rules. And this is not something that is going to crowd out Greek smaller firms. If this is done right, this is going to help smaller firms that are going to, in fact, interconnect with larger firms. And even if they cannot, for instance, be direct exporters, they can be indirect exporters because they are selling to larger firms that are themselves exporting. This is key. Also, to the extent that the presence of larger businesses brings more transparency to the market, and that's again key, more competition, not less competition, then this allows smaller firms to grow. And not all of them are going to be successful, but that's the name of the game for how the markets work today. So you do need not only capital, because we need investment in a very vague sense. We need capital that is going to bring with it a new way of doing things. And we have, of course, all the, really big examples, from Pfizer having all of their great new jobs at Thessaloniki, the new Papastratos investment, back from Philip Morris and foreign money, and I can go on and on and on, from Microsoft.
I think yes, it's certainly.
It's a really long list.
It's
However,
a long list. It's a long list.
There is a number of Greek companies that started here from people that stayed in this country over the last 10, 15 years. They have worked extremely hard, and many of them we don't see in the front news, and they are absolutely excellent.
Nico, thank you very much for this closing statement. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I want to thank you both for this fascinating discussion, and probably end this discussion with something that I think Nikos explicitly said, but the other Nikos also implied. Let's essentially under-promise and over-deliver over the next 3 years. Thank you so much. Goodbye to both of you, and thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening to all. I would like to welcome our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, to the second Innovative Greeks event. He honored us with his presence in the first, and thank you so much, Kyriako, for being back. And of course, the legendary Prem Watsa, Chairman and CEO of Fairfax Financial Holdings. In fact, one of the largest investors in Greece. I think the general public may not know this, but the people who know about the economy certainly recognize your name. Again, very thankful for your presence here. A very short introduction.
Thank you very much, Marco.
A very short introduction. Greece, in a way, has gone from the horror story of financial markets to a success story over the past few years. And I think that if you look at it from a psychoanalytical point of view, I think it always takes a good crisis to really have the self-reckoning that you need as a nation to then learn your lessons and rebound in a sustainable way. So I think that in my lifetime, to be quite frank with both of you, this is the first time where I see growth happening not because of external factors, not because of coincidence, but rather because of a very painful but instructive process of self-reckoning, correction, and certain key principles of meritocracy, determination, extroversion becoming the norm as opposed to an afterthought, which was very much the case in my 48 years of life, to be frank, up until now. So I'll start with the first question to you, Prem. You have been a very active investor in Greece, and this conference is now viewed by about 6,000 Greeks from all over the world. We like to call them innovative Greeks, let's say the heart of what Greece can become over the next decade. And my question to you is, honestly, what good things have you observed about investing in Greece? But also, don't be afraid to also tell us what needs to be improved. Pros and cons that you've sort of experienced so far.
Hey, Marco, we're really happy to be here and happy to see the Prime Minister there. Very happy to be with both of you. I want to say that I had the privilege of talking to your association in 2017. And right in the midst of that crisis, and I quoted, Marco, something that you'd be interested in China, the character for crisis and opportunity is the same. Two sides of the same coin. And we went through that crisis, and this country, Greece, is so lucky to have a Prime Minister like Prime Minister Kyriakos. And I'll tell you, I actually wanted to begin with your permission, a question for the Prime Minister, because look at his background. Stanford University, Harvard Business School, McKinsey for 4 or 5 years, private equity, and he becomes a politician. And a country is so fortunate. I'm a little older than you, Marco, so I've traveled to many parts of the world. And I think a country is so fortunate when you're able to attract a person of Prime Minister Kyriakos's caliber. And so my question to the Prime Minister is, how come you got into politics, Prime Minister?
Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Marco, for inviting me. Thank you, Prem, for your kind words. I would like to congratulate, first of all, Marco on his Innovative Greeks initiative. It's a fantastic platform to bring together very talented Greeks from all over the world. And it's a great opportunity for me to make the case for contemplating a permanent return to our home country, because things indeed have changed. Thank you, Prem, for sticking with Greece during a very difficult period. Maybe now it's obvious for the global financial investors like yourself to invest in Greece, but you never lost faith during the very difficult periods of 2015, 2016, when we came very close to a complete financial collapse. But it's not a given, just back to what Marco said, it's not a given that a country will recover. There are countries that essentially go from crisis to crisis. I don't need to make reference to specific examples, and things get, systematically worse. But I think what did happen in Greece was the fact that there was a simultaneous change in public perception as a result of the crisis, and I think a leadership that was able to steer the country in the right direction with, I think, a lot of clarity and a very clear sense of the mission that has to be accomplished. I mean, just a direct answer to your question, Prem, I couldn't imagine anything more fascinating than what I'm doing now. It's extremely challenging, of course. But we have the chance with the government to really put Greece on a completely different trajectory for a generation. And we do not want these changes, just to borrow a term that Marco used, to be circumstantial. We really want to lay the foundations for a completely different growth model, for a paradigm shift in the way the country is run, for a true digital transformation, for a green transition, for a country that is really innovative, that supports entrepreneurship, and that is a champion in the new digital economy. So we have very, very bold ambitions, and I think you need to set your ambitions high in order to achieve your goals. But we're lucky to have a great team working with us, and we're happy that we've mobilized lots of creative forces in Greece, because essentially this is change happening not just top down, but also bottom up. We are catalysts. Our job is to essentially release the positive energy that we always knew existed in Greece. When we speak to people who live outside Greece, we were constantly faced with the same question: why is it that I can do great things outside Greece? And why is it that we cannot thrive and prosper in Greece? Well, that's exactly what we want to address. And I think for the first time in a long time, people have a sense that really they can fulfill their dreams and ambitions in Greece, make money in the process, be it whether they're investors or employees, and contribute to the overall prosperity and social cohesion of the country.
Some have called this the revolution of the sensible in Greece, which was a long time coming. And, I think a lot of us felt that we were sort of almost the moderates that were never heard in many ways. So, Prem, I want to go back to the question. Assuming you're talking to thousands of Greeks right now living abroad, their confidence in the country is not yet restored. They left during very bad and hurtful times. What have your observations been that would sort of push them to try once again coming back?
So what the Prime Minister emphasized that, Marco, when you have a leadership like you're looking at in Greece, there's a transformation taking place, long-term transformation. So look at Singapore. One man, Lee Kuan Yew, with a great team, changed a very dirty old country to make it the best in the world. Its per capita income is second to none. Now, how does that happen, right? So first things first, you've got a fantastic government. I've told this publicly. I've told the Prime Minister publicly that, he gets elected the second time and third time. And I said to him a few more times, perhaps, he gulped. The transformation of Greece will take place in front of your eyes. You've talked about it, Marco. You have wonderful people. I have business interests in Greece, in Eurobank, and in Grivalia Hospitality, Grivalia Real Estate, Euro Life. I got to tell you, we would put those management, we'd rank them with any in the world, all educated in the United States or UK, from the best universities. And all they needed was an opportunity, economic freedom, business-friendly environment. That's all you needed. And so, like you said, whatever people accomplished outside, they couldn't, the Prime Minister was saying, couldn't accomplish in Greece. And I saw this also, by the way. I immigrated to Canada, Marco, about 50 years ago. As a little below 22 when I came from India. India was a socialist country. unbelievable how everything was regulated and none of the possibilities could be experienced. Mr. Modi came in there about 2014 now, and it's transformed. And it's unbelievable how transformed it is. And suddenly you have companies, you know, one of the questions you had in your previous, I came 5 or 10 minutes a little early, and you were talking about how do we get Greece to grow? How about the stock market, private equity? If you make a country business friendly, then all of that will come. You know, when the Prime Minister is putting his red carpet treatment for investors, for foreign investment, it'll all come. So in India, the Bombay Stock Exchange, the IPOs are out of this world. And it's 5-6 years ago, Marco, you'd have been hard pressed to talk about any IPOs. So what the Prime Minister is doing, all of you Greeks on this call, the opportunity is in Greece. If all of the European countries, I think you have the best government by far, business-friendly government. And of course, you'll improve things. The Prime Minister is going to improve things as he goes forward. But the biggest thing, as he said, is to keep it open, allow freedom. You can't forecast is Marco going to start a company here or Fokion there? You know, it's just open it up to entrepreneurs, Marco, and you'll see people come, Greek people come from the United States, from Canada, Nigeria, many parts of Africa where Greek people have been doing exceptionally well. They'll come back and invest it. So I'm really positive on Greece, and because of the government, change in government. And you've seen it in the marketplace. Interest rates went to 35%, and now it's down below 1%. And you see today, I hear you raised about 800 million at a negative interest rate, Paco, for 6 months, which is fantastic. So I'm a big fan of Greece. I think the opportunity is there, particularly for the Greek people. And I think when they come in and see it, they'll experience it themselves.
Prime Minister, this is a great opportunity to ask you a question that the most relevant people possible will listen to, which is all these people who are now watching us from Boston, from Sydney, from New York, from London, who are already considering returning to Greece, and quite frankly have question marks, some of which are business related. Can I reach my professional potential in this country? But some of them are personal. You know, can my kids go to an English school? You know, can I be assured of having the quality of life and predictability and stability that I need? Mr. Vetas, in our previous discussion, made a very, very apt comment. He said, if you expect entrepreneurs to take risk, you need to make sure that they're not taking risks in the rest of their lives. So they are in a stable environment, everything is risk-free, so they can risk in business. In countries where there is abundant risk everywhere, people become more self-restrained. So could you please talk directly to our audience and maybe give them your views, your honest views, as to what are the pros and cons of coming back and why they should come back?
Well, I guess we have all gone through this process. This was also a personal journey for me. I remember when I came back in 1997, I did come back because I wanted to come back to my home country, but I also needed a good job, and I got a good job, albeit at a lower salary than what I was earning when I was abroad. But at the time, you know, I had a belief that the country was overall going in the right direction, and you know, a certainty that I could build my professional career in Greece. So I think the first reason why people do come back, especially successful people, are good jobs, and the jobs could be either entrepreneurial jobs, and there I think you could probably talk about more than myself, Marco, about what's happening in the entrepreneurial scene. There's been an explosion of entrepreneurship in Greece over the past 5 years, a really very dynamic entrepreneurial ecosystem, countries reaching unprecedented valuations in the private, but I'm pretty sure also very quickly in the public markets, and a real sense of startup culture that is emerging in Greece. If you want to come back as a salaried employee, we've also made that much more appealing in the sense that we've lowered taxes on employment. We scrapped the solidarity surcharge. We've lowered employment contributions. So your net income is much better now than it was 2 years ago. On top of that, if you are a tax resident coming in from abroad, whether you're Greek or foreigner, and you relocate to Greece, for 5 years, you'll be paying 50% less in terms of your income tax. So there are also a series of financial incentives, but I do not consider those to be the most important one. I think the most important component is long-term predictability, as you said, and the overall belief that the country is moving in the right direction. I think if you talk about quality of life, I'm biased, but life in Greece is unbeatable, really, in terms of the combination of fun, entertainment, culture, natural beauty. I mean, just look at the things you can do from Athens. I mean, which city offers access to the sea, the islands, but at the same time the mountain so quickly? Of course, significant investment in infrastructure is important. Safety is important. We are a safe country. Connectivity is important. There's still room to lower our costs when it comes to connectivity, but we were one of the first countries to launch 5G. And of course, the digital revolution was tremendously and is tremendously important, especially for a younger generation. And I think people, even who live abroad, know what I mean. The fact that from your mobile phone now, you can access the government and gain so much productivity. I mean, that's really a transformation for the country. And of course, schools, I think our public schools are much better than many people give them credit. Our public universities are better than many people give them credit. And of course, have no doubt that, as you said, the private market is also going to adapt. I think Greece, speaking of education, can and will become a hub for education, be it secondary education, finding ways to bypass the constitutional constraints, public universities, forging alliances with big universities in the US. Lifelong education is going to be absolutely critical. So I think if you look at the whole package, which is, can I get a good job that pays well, or can I set up my own company? And is the country moving in the right direction? And work-life balance, which is so important, I think really Greece ticks all the boxes. And just one last point, I was speaking to Albert Bourla, the CEO of Pfizer, when I went to inaugurate their digital hub in Thessaloniki, which is truly impressive. You have a feeling that you're in a different country in terms of the working environment. He was telling me that one out of four applications he gets are from Greeks abroad. And it's not just happening in Thessaloniki. It's not just happening in Pfizer. It's happening in Athens. It's happening in Yanina. It's happening in Crete. So there are good jobs that pay well available to Greeks abroad. And if you're someone who, for example, works in a multinational environment, probably the best thing, maybe the best bridge would be to work for a foreign company that has a strong presence in Greece, or for a large Greek corporate. But again, if you want to set up your own business, this is a time to really do it in Greece.
An interesting sort of perspective maybe from you on, I have quite a few Indian friends. And I find a similarity between Greeks and Indians in that they have a love-hate relationship with their home country. In the sense that, in Greece we say, "I Ελλάδα με πληγώνει," which means Greece hurts me. But then, I also want to come back and I love it. And I think that, talking to a lot of Greeks and Indians, and you ask them the question, what hurts you the most? And what has hurt you the most? And it's usually the answer is the lack of meritocracy. That I did not have the opportunity to shine. I did not have the opportunity in this country to show my true self, to become what I am capable of becoming. And you are an example of a person who had to leave India to fulfill their full potential. And in that sense, you are, I guess, the archetype of the immigrant who had to leave his country for various reasons, one of which might have been the lack of meritocracy. What are your thoughts on this subject?
So it's really well said, Marco. That's a very, very interesting. A lack of meritocracy. That's what it was. You know, socialism brings that. So if you're from an old family and you're very wealthy, then you can get a job and you have opportunity. But otherwise, it's so difficult to get a job. And I went to a very good school. It's the Indian Institute of Technology. Very tough to get in, and I could hardly get a job after that. And so it's a change now. That was 48 years ago. But you're very, very right. That's what the Prime Minister is changing. The opportunity set is, in India. I come from a country where they had castes, like the top caste being a Brahmin and the really bottom class being the untouchables. Well, that all disappears when economic freedom is available. Then the guy right at the bottom, he buys some real estate, he goes and gets a bank loan, and the whole thing changes. And his children, I know this from experience, their children are going to Australia or to Canada or the United States doing an MBA or whatever. And it's so fantastic to see, like, blossoming economic growth. The great example over a long period of time is Singapore, as I mentioned to you, but India is in the process of doing that. And Greece is very much in the process of doing that. And people change, the mind changes and says, there's opportunity in Greece. And all the people on the on this call, they say, oh my goodness, I've got to check it out. I've got some family there. And that's what's happened now. The Indian immigration is reversed. People are doing as well in India as they did in the United States and creating big companies and IPOs, which you were talking about previously, like massive IPOs. And who's putting the money, Marco? American private equity, American venture capital, European, because it's opportunity. It's huge opportunity. So money will go where it's welcomed. And so I see the same thing happening in Greece. One idea for you, Prime Minister, which I saw in India and other places, is Invest Greece. So you can, and you might have done this already, but what they did was they created a company, created a department, the government, Invest Greece, and 22-year-olds, 24-year-olds who had an MBA, engineer, accountant, whatever, really smart people. They said, come and give us 2 years of your time, work for Investment Greece to attract investments, and you'll meet a whole ton of people. And then, after that, you can work in Greece or you can go back to the country you came from. And that's been a huge success in a country like India. And so any investment that comes in, there's always bureaucracy in our country. Invest India or Invest Greece breaks through that bureaucracy, gets the thing done, and calls whoever has to do. And, I've met many of the people in government with the Prime Minister, and they're outstanding. They're very action-oriented. Get it done. Get through the bureaucracy. Because bureaucracy kills, right? And you're competing for investment, Marco, from all over the world. But I see a lot of the similarities. And the other big similarity we have, Marco, is we're family-oriented. Greek people are very family-oriented. We're very family-oriented. I make the comment, I came with no money to Canada. But I said, I had a terrific values. My father was a teacher, and so very good values. But the opportunity was in Canada, United States. That doesn't have to be the case. With the great values that you have in Greece, the opportunity, I think, in the future will be in Greece.
May I just make up a few observations, because I think this is
of course. I'd love
a fascinating discussion. Yes, markets can be very meritocratic if they operate freely, but this means that we want to make sure that we have true competition. And one of the problems with Greece was a legacy issue of old business interests, sometimes controlling media, influencing politicians, and we really have to break through that arrangement. And what's happening in the entrepreneurial scene is very disruptive and very optimistic. the fact that you have new companies really challenging, incumbents really driving through innovation. It's a new form of participatory capitalism, which I particularly like. Employees who are also owners of the companies. We've made it very easy for companies to give stock options, especially startups. I'm a big believer in this model of participatory capitalism. A second point regarding meritocracy. Yes, I'm a big believer in meritocracy, but we should also not forget that there are always elements of luck involved in life, and it is not always as easy as people believe to create, level field in terms of opportunities. So we really have to focus on giving those who we know are the less privileged, better opportunities to reach a point where they can actually shine. And this starts and begins with education, public education. In Greece, public education was always the big social leveler. It's almost a social elevator. You can start poor, go to a public school, go to a good public university, and this continues to be extremely valid today. So breaking down, pockets of inequality by really starting at a very low age. Inequalities are created very, very young. Access to kindergarten. We've made one of the big reforms not many people talk about in Greece is, we've made kindergarten mandatory for 2 years now in Greece at the age of 4. Because inequalities do start at a much younger age. So that it's difficult to break out of them. And finally, one last point. Yes, meritocracy starts from the top. I think one of the reasons why we have been successful politically was because we opened up the party and we actually invited in positions of government very talented people who are not necessarily part of the old system, the old establishment. So I try to be very meritocratic. It doesn't mean I will always get it right because, personal choices are very difficult. But certainly my goal is to create an inclusive government, a diverse government. I want to stress the word diverse. Diversity is a huge asset when it comes to building teams. We're still not there yet, especially when it comes to women participation, but we want to be as diverse as possible and to give everyone the opportunity, even within my government. You're good. You will be rewarded with a better job. So we have to set the tone when it comes to personnel selection, when it comes to processes. Again, not easy, but that's what will give people the signal that we really mean what we say when we recruit for top positions. We need to try to get the best people. I mean, I'll just give you one example. The Public Power Corporation, which is a state-owned entity. I think we picked a very good management team. The stock was at €1 when we took over. It's at €9 now. It's a very successful transformation project. Part of it is also due to picking the right people. And we need, last point, but very important, we need more people in public service. Yes, you're not going to make a lot of money in public service. It's a fact. But you'll get other satisfactions. And I want people to look at public service not necessarily as a long-term career. For some of us, it is a long-term career. But for others, it could be a project. You come in, 4 years, 8 years, 3 years, you do your job, you help your country, you get, the satisfaction of contributing to the greater cause, and you know that you will be rewarded based on your true contribution and your performance.
Marco, can I just add a little thing what the Prime Minister said? It's very important what he said, which is, we think we did it ourselves, but you get, when he talked about luck, of course, you were born with a good family, you were born with not handicapped, your health was good, you didn't have anything to do with that. I'm a Christian, so I believe in blessings. But you had all these blessings. And so, as he says, you have to, and what I really like about the Prime Minister is the compassion for people who are not doing well, who got, just by birth or whatever accident, did not get the opportunity that others did. And all of us who are successful have a responsibility, and I preach that in our own company, to give back, to help people like that. That's what you're supposed to do. And I think you said it really well, Prime Minister.
Prem, I wanted to ask you something that I think a lot of entrepreneurs ask themselves. When you make a decision to invest in a company, how important is the country of origin or location, and how important is the company itself? I mean, what is the real mix there? Could you give us your thinking on that?
So if if the country is not business friendly and doesn't welcome business, then right off the bat, it's highly unlikely you'd invest there, right? That's like a given. So when we came into Greece, Marco, Prime Minister Samaras was there. So he was very business friendly, and so we felt very comfortable. And so that's very important. But in a company, what we're looking at is good management, honest, hardworking people with a track record, and who are wanting to build a good company. What is building a good company? Providing outstanding customer service, looking after the employees that provide that service, making a return. You have to be profitable, making a return for shareholders, and then putting money back into the community. We give 1 or 2% back into the community. So when we began, the whole company was worth $2 million. Now we're putting in, 35 years later, 25 million plus back into the community where we do business, wherever it is in the world. And so I like that model, that you have the ability to give back to the communities you do business, because business is not done in a vacuum. You have universities, you have hospitals, you have all sorts of areas that business has to support. And we are privileged to do that. So I'm a big fan. Business ultimately provides the employment. So when you have a good government, the employment picks up. You see unemployment dropping dramatically in Greece already. And the economic growth, by the way, for all of you who listen, is going to be much higher than most people expect because of where Greece is coming from. So, in the Prime Minister, in the early part of the year, most people were thinking 3.5% for Greece. Now it's 7%. And next year, they're thinking 5%. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 7-8%, because there's a momentum to it. And you're coming from a very low level. As the economy picks up from those levels, the economic growth can be very significant. And of course, that benefits everybody.
I wanted to ask you, Prime Minister, having lived in the States and really observed this fascination with the impossible that Americans have, which, to be honest, is the groundwork for innovation. And then you come to Europe and you see this fear of the unknown on the opposite side. And, some people say this is a matter of history. We've seen it all, so we've become more skeptical or more apprehensive. Whereas the United States is still a very young country full of enthusiasm and appetite for risk. How do you think we can bring to Greece this sort of, it was an Adidas slogan, I believe, impossible is nothing?
Well, we could go on and on in terms of comparing the US with Europe, pros and cons. But I would probably make reference to the Greek entrepreneurial spirit. Maybe make a historical reference. I mean, we are celebrating our bicentenary. The more you read about the Greek Revolution, the more you realize that that's exactly what happened 200 years ago. An impossible project, which became a reality by virtue of guts, luck, foreign help, but more than anything, a true drive for people to actually fight for their freedom. And if you look at Greek entrepreneurs, it's interesting that they actually thrive in those systems where there are greater degrees of freedom. So they're successful in the US, very successful in Canada, successful in Australia. So I'd say that probably, I hate genetic analysis, but what I can tell you is that in the way, in the Greek psyche, there is something about risk-taking entrepreneurship that suits us. Hence, the raw ingredients are here. And that's why I think you also see what is currently happening in Greece. I think the challenge is to, as Prem said, to create, the environment for people to think that it is possible to do it in Greece. And again, there's obviously always two types of companies. There are companies that cater to the Greek market. And I think, Prem and his companies have done this, the companies he's invested in have done this, very successful, be it banks, insurance, real estate. And then there are companies that out of Greece, look to the world, which is what you've done, but still using Greece as a base and considering themselves as Greek companies in the sense that they have to return something to Greece beyond employment and taxes and social security contributions. So I think there are still areas we need to work on in terms of having more risk capital available, we discussed this, having more growth capital available for the younger companies as they grow out of their early stages, making sure that there are no true barriers to internal competition, making sure that there are no European barriers, because we talk about a single market in Europe, but it doesn't always mean that the bigger countries don't have an advantage when it comes to supporting their own companies. But I'm very bullish because the historical legacy of this country has been a country of risk takers, and of course, the better the environment in which you take your risks, the higher chances are that your risks will be rewarded. Not all risk is rewarded by nature. That's the nature of an open economy. But the chances are higher. And we want to reduce the noise. All the other variables, as you said previously, that are unnecessary risk. We want to leave business risk at its core, which is something that no government should have any right in interfering with. But we need to address everything else.
Hey, Marco,
sure.
May I add?
Of course,
Marco, may I add that the impossible is taking place right now in Greece. Look at the change since I was there in 2017 and now. Dramatic, right? And on the right track. But for all the reasons that the Prime Minister said, the impossible is taking place right here. And it's still not being believed enough, and it will.
Prem, I wanted to ask you, a lot of entrepreneurs are watching today, young entrepreneurs who have the dream possibly to achieve what you have achieved. And I don't say this as a compliment, but as a statement of fact that for those of you who don't know, Prem is probably one of the greatest entrepreneurs, investors in the world right now. So an existential or philosophical question that a lot of people are wondering in Greece is this. And I think, again, it's relevant to India as well, in some ways. No doubt, Greeks have an incentive to be entrepreneurs, but this incentive comes from largely wanting to be their own bosses, and not necessarily because they want to build great companies. And these are two very different types of entrepreneurship. I think that being your own boss is certainly a good way to start, but ambition and the dream to build teams and to make something that is much greater than yourself and will live way after your own legacy is also really important in building very large, consequential companies. What would be your thought on this? And I ask you to talk to the younger entrepreneurs listening today as someone who's actually done this.
So Marco, first of all, I'm just an ordinary guy. I wasn't an extraordinary person. My parents were, my father was a teacher, no exposure to business at all. No exposure to business, didn't know anything about business. So what I'm saying to all the young entrepreneurs is you've got, all the entrepreneurs that are on this call, you've got unlimited opportunity. If I could do it, any of you could do it. because I didn't have any exposure at all. But this idea of building a good company, a company that treats people well, a company that's long-term, a company where trust is important, that you won't go and lay off employees left, right, and center. You won't cut corners and make money at the expense of everything else. You'll put money at the back, not at the front. And that idea, Marco, is how we didn't, we looked at every year. We didn't have big 5-year plans or 10-year plans. We just looked every year and tried to do what made sense. Well, so people ask me what my 5-year strategic plan was. And I said, really, our plan is to wait for that telephone to ring. And we lift the telephone, and it's Marco, and he says something about some opportunity. We get together, and we like him. But we like dealing with good people. Like people, like we've in 35 years, 36 now, when you shake our hand, you've got our deal. Like subject to due diligence or all of that doesn't make a difference. We have never renegotiated a deal. That's a long time, right? 36 years, never renegotiated a deal. And so building a good business, and I started for the same reason you said. I wanted to be my own boss, wanted to control my own destiny. The same reason you said. I had about 8-9 years experience in an insurance firm in the investment area, then wanted to do it on my own just because of all the restrictions. And but then one thing, you read a lot. I learned a lot from Berkshire Hathaway. I learned, I'm in the investment business, so I read a ton. And you read about other people and other success. And so my bottom line to all your people on this line is anyone can do it, really, Marco. It's all you need to do is have a passion for building a business, to like what you do and not do it for the sake of money. Do it, put that behind you, and it'll come, but not do it because of that.
Prem, did you have a role model or a guiding light type entrepreneur in your mind when you started?
I had two. I had one was John Templeton, was a wonderful investment guy, one of the best in the world, American, settled in the Bahamas, and a wonderful, wonderful human being. He was a spiritual man, and he was one of the greatest investors of all time. So I learned a ton from him. He was a mentor. I saw him. I met for 30 years, at least once a year. And the second is the most famous investor of all time is Buffett. I went to Buffett's annual meeting when there were like 200 people. Now there's 40,000. There'd be 200 people, and there'd be, it'd be in some little room someplace, and you could actually hear and talk to him with no microphones and all of that. And I just studied the company carefully, and we learned so much from that. But those are the two, but lots of other people, Marco. And in this day and age, we have access to everything, right? All sorts of information, books that are available. Everyone can have it. So the people on your call, no limit to what they can do. It really is. And Greece is, North America provides that. It really is quite amazing. Anybody has access, as you know, Marco, to capital and to the people, and in fact, encouraged. And if you fail, no problem, they'll give you more money because you got some experience. But Greece is going to be like that. I see India like that now. All sorts of money coming in, pouring into India, and it'll be the same experience with Greece.
Prime Minister, would you allow me to ask you the same question in terms of historical prime ministers or presidents that inspire you? Not Greeks. Let's stay away from Greece. Internationally.
Well, good. That makes my life slightly easier in terms of answering your question. I'm a student of history, and I do try to use my free time to read as much as I can. And recently, I came across a very fascinating book called "Leadership in Turbulent Times," which looked at 4 transformational U.S. presidents in terms of how they dealt with, incredible hardship. Because sometimes we think that, oh my God, what we are facing is unimaginable. But then you look back historically at the sort of challenges, other leaders faced with completely different means, and it does put things into perspective. So again, wearing the hat of a historian, of the 4 presidents that were presented in this book, I still think the most inspiring story is the Lincoln story, in terms of someone who started from nothing, retained his humility and his good nature and his optimism, fought off his demons with a great sense of courage, and rose to a point where he had to take incredibly difficult decisions to lead a country towards, a much better future. So there's my historical sort of analogy that's not related to Greece.
I concur absolutely with your choice, and with
no
that
question.
And with that, I really want to thank you both for this. I think very personal and highly fascinating discussion. I think a lot of our audience got to know the Prime Minister better and hear firsthand from our most important citizen why they should come back. And then for our entrepreneur friends, they heard straight from the horse's mouth several fascinating truths. Thank you so much once again for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you.
Welcome. In this panel, we'll talk about how we can attract more startups, foreign startups and scale-ups that will come and invest in Greece to build substantial R&D centers. And who's better to speak about it than people who have actually done it already. So without further delay, let me introduce you Niki Oulimis, CEO and founder of Nova Credit, Stavros Papadopoulos, CEO and founder of TileDB, Rob Wells, CEO Orpheum, and Tom Smith, CEO and founder of Global Web Index. Tom, I'll start with you. Would you like to tell us a few things about you and your company and how you ended up, building an office here in Greece?
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon. Yeah, I founded GWI back in 2009. We're a technology business that is reinventing the process of market research to help our customers understand their target audience and customer segments from across the world. And we're now 350 people worldwide, over 700 customers in over 50 markets. And we're in 4 geographies. So we're headquartered in the UK, as you can see behind me. So we basically are predominantly operating from UK, US, but we came to Greece in 2018. Now, the reason we came to Greece is basically to build an R&D center, right? To hire really challenging roles around engineering, data science, research, data processing. And I mean, the reason I came to Greece is because, I mean, I have a connection there. So my wife is Greek, I have half Greek children, so I was very knowledgeable. I'd spent many years coming to Greece, so I got to learn the market and the opportunities and the amazing talent that exists there. And it's been, despite the warnings from my Greek relatives and in-laws, this was a bad move and I shouldn't come and set up in Greece. It's been a, you know, real, it's been very critical to us achieving our scale and growth and getting us to where we are today. So.
Bob, also tell us a few things about yourself and your company, but I would also like to hear from you if the decision to come to Greece was the result, you know, of a detailed market research, or it was sort of an organic or impulsive decision, I would say.
Thank you. Yes, let me give you a brief background about me and why we have a large engineering team in Greece. My background is in the music industry. I've 22 years in major record companies, and Orpheum I joined about 4.5 years ago. My two co-founders were already had architected a business and a solution. One of them is half Greek, which is why the engineering team was, the genesis of the engineering team was put in Athens. The business that we run is, we are essentially a rights management business. If you look at the music industry on a global basis, lots of investment has gone into the front end of the music industry where consumers actually consume the music. Companies like Spotify and Apple and Google, YouTube and Amazon all have platforms through which consumers can consume, but the middle and back end of the industry has never really been technologically transformed. The rights owners focus on what they should focus on and what they're extremely good at, which is developing and finding new talent. But the complications that arise from the transformation of the music industry and how people now consume music, especially on complicated platforms where there is a back channel back to the platform from the creators and consumers themselves, throw off huge complications and big data problems. So we set out to solve some of these problems 4 or 5 years ago, and it's been an interesting ride. The business is now about 310 people. The heart and soul of the business is in Greece. I'm actually based in Los Angeles, but from England originally. We have about 190 employees in Greece. 150 of those are strictly in engineering, product, data science, UI, UX designers. And it's been, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say there was a great deal of diligence done before we set up in Greece. Greece at the time was going through austerity measures, and the decision was taken to invest heavily in Greece, predominantly because, like I say, one of my co-founders is half Greek, but also because, you know, the universities in Athens had a very strong computer science program, and our CTO, who's based in Athens, was one of our first employees, and is a gem. He's a great CTO, PhD qualified, but is exceptionally good at recruiting and sourcing talent from the talent pool in Athens. But it was judgment, but also a bit of luck.
You know, sometimes people make the difference, you know. As you said, it came naturally. You knew someone to, you know, to start building the team, and this is how you get started, and you can take it from there afterwards. Sure. Stavro, I suspect from your last name that you have some sort of connection with Greece, correct?
Yes, I do, yes. Hi, Spiro. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, I can give you a little bit of a background on TalDB and how we came about creating a subsidiary in Greece. TalDB is a data management company. There are a lot of data management companies out there, but the biggest differentiator of TalDB is that it unifies a lot of different data types, not just the tables that most of the other database companies are handling. We're handling much more complicated data than that and much bigger from the scientific sector as well as the business sector. Greece and building, so by the way, the company got spun out of Intel Labs and MIT, where I worked for 3 years. So I'm based in Cambridge, Massachusetts. The company is headquartered here. We have a team in the US spread across multiple different states. But building a Greek subsidiary was in my mind since day one. In fact, I had interacted with Spiros as well as his partner Nikos when I was starting out. I was trying to get as much information as possible from other successful entrepreneurs. And of course, the workable folks were at the top of my list. They had shared with me their experiences building Greek teams, and they were very enthusiastic about this. And I had it in my mind. So in the beginning, I started as a single person. But then as we were growing the team slowly, I promised that as soon as we raised a little bit more money a couple of years ago, the very first thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to start a team in Greece, and that's exactly what I did. So it was planned 4 years ago, and everything went according to plan. Today we have 12 people in Greece and growing. We are always looking to grow. And yeah, I'm happy to share more experiences with you guys as the conversation flows.
Stavro, I have another question for you. You have like what we call a hardcore tech company. I mean, you're building infrastructure, databases. Can you find the skills that are required here in Greece? And if yes, where do you find people that are so highly skilled? In universities, research labs, other companies? Do you bring them back from abroad? What's the deal?
Yeah, this is definitely a great question. So TalDB is indeed what you call very deep tech. It was a research project when it started at Intel and MIT, so very sophisticated in terms of technology from a software perspective. So especially in the beginning, the team was built around engineering. We had zero sales, zero marketing in the beginning. Now we do as we grow, of course, but it was at its core a very engineering, very scientific company that made us scale a little bit more slowly than other companies. I was extremely strict since the beginning, because if we don't bring the right talent from an engineering standpoint in this company, the company is not going to succeed. That was very, very clear. We cannot just do it with marketing and sales. The product itself must be extremely, extremely strong. The competition is vast, it's fierce, so we had to stand out. Therefore, I had difficulty in finding the right talent. The US is a big market for talent, and still the ones that qualified were very, very few. And the vast majority of these people work for colossal companies like Google and Microsoft and Amazon. So I have to compete with them to get this kind of talent in the US, right? And in Greece, the few talent that at least I could find from the academic sector, because I was in academia before I started this company, they were working for other very high-profile companies in Greece. And we are competing for the same talent, essentially, and the talent pool is small. So for me, it worked entirely through word of mouth. I got the first engineer through a connection from a friend who vouched for him. I had, of course, to talk with him, to build a relationship in order for him to come. He wouldn't come in a super small startup, even though he has great pedigree. They would not just take the risk to come to the company. They need to know me as a founder, they need to learn the vision from me firsthand so that they understand what they're getting into. And it was extremely, extremely difficult. The talent does exist. I want to be very clear. It does exist. We have 12 amazing people in Greece, and this speaks for itself. Of course, we're growing it. But it is not the pool is not as big as I would wish it to be, and we need to take some action here. Hopefully, we're going to discuss about some points later.
Sure. Nikki, as far as I know, you are the only one from the four of you whose company doesn't have a presence in Greece.
Yeah, I'm very embarrassed.
No worries. Until the end of this panel, we'll change your mind. So. So tell us a few things about yourself, your company, and also if you have ever considered, building a small hub here in Athens or
Sure.
anywhere in Greece.
Yeah, so my company is called Nova Credit. We're a cross-border credit bureau, so we help immigrants access credit when they move country, and we do that by building a whole set of complex databases around the world, connecting with credit bureaus and alternative data sources to build a sort of credit passport. Company's about 6 years old. We've raised about $70 million in financing. We did our Series B about a year and a half ago, so it's been an amazing journey. I guess, not to be too defensive, but why have we not, I'm Greek. Why have we not opened an office in Greece yet, despite all of my eagerness to do so? Really, for us, it's been around where our customers are. So we started the company in the United States. That's our headquarters. We work with large financial institutions in the United States. And so we very much had the philosophy that we needed to have engineering teams locally and sales teams locally and so forth. And so, every single one of our employees has been based in our New York and our San Francisco offices, which is not only very expensive, but also, as I think others have pointed to, extremely challenging to hire for. And just, war for talent with insufficient talent and frankly, like a fairly narrow tranche of talent too, not as much breadth and diversity there and longevity as we would like to see. I do think the last, our plans have always been, as we expand to Europe and we're looking to start servicing the UK market and a couple of others in the coming year. As we expand to Europe, we would explore opening hubs in Greece or other countries as well. But I think that's all been upended in the last year. We're increasingly looking at not only a remote company, but an asynchronously operating company, which means that you can open up whole new pockets of talent. And so, the potential for a hub in Greece has vastly increased for us as we look at this new work world. So, I'm not sure if it'll be by the end of this panel, but certainly I hope that there'll be opportunities soon.
So, tell us also the challenges you faced when you decided to do that. So let's start with Tom, I guess, who kind of started from, scratch. So you take the plane, you land in Elvenizelos. What's next? Do you know what Gemi is? Did you know where to start when you, started doing this thing here?
No, is the answer. And it's kind of a hard learning path, I guess. But no, I mean, the first thing I did was I found someone who could work internally to do recruitment, which was a fantastic asset. And she helped sort of go out and find the founding team for the Greek office. And that made an enormous difference. I mean, there were plenty of challenges around all of the logistics of company incorporation, legals, tax. They're challenging in every single market you go and open up in, not least the US, where it's super complicated. But in Greece, it's made very difficult for a non-Greek speaker like me, where everything's in Greek, and trying to understand that there is a sort of limited ecosystem of people to help with advice. Very hard. It was very hard to find lawyers, tax advisors, accountants.
You did all of those things by yourself.
Just word of mouth. Recommendations. We leaned a bit on international firms we were using for audit in the UK and legal, and they would have a network. But it's very difficult to find those kind of advisors. Like when we moved to the US, there's a well-trodden path of companies that will help UK companies go to the US and set up and do everything, right? That doesn't really exist. If you want to come to Greece, there's not so many people taking that pathway. But I don't think it was as complicated and time-consuming as maybe I had feared. It was fine. I mean, undoubtedly, our biggest challenges have been around tax, and there's twofold. One is the costs of tax and employment. And I think our biggest limiter to adding more roles in Greece is that it's very expensive to hire people. And the consequence of that is when, and I'm talking about the employment costs for, national insurance costs for a company and all the other, and the high rates of tax for employees mean that if you want to drive salaries up to retain staff long term, if you want to build a senior management layer in order to hire lots of junior members of staff, it's very difficult to do because of those costs. And actually what we're seeing is that there's the cost differential between fully loaded costs between hiring in Greece and say hiring in the UK is not that different because of those additional costs. So that's probably been our biggest challenge. The other challenge has been engaging and working with the tax authorities who didn't understand our structure and how we were invoicing from our R&D hubs to the UK. And I won't bore you with the details, very complicated and very long-winded, but it was a very challenging thing to work through. And in many countries, the tax system seems very fixed and you know what you're going to deal with. In Greece, there's a potential it could change and opinions could change on that. So that was difficult. But I would say, in terms of challenges, it's been much less challenging than people were trying to tell me before we came to Greece and were saying, don't come, it's going to be incredibly complicated and difficult. The truth is it's very complicated and difficult anywhere you open an office in the world. We're just opening in Singapore right now, and that's pretty complicated and difficult. So it's always going to be hard. And the benefits of the talent pool we've been able to access that we could not find in the UK has been, hugely beneficial. And there's been a big executional advantage for our business versus, similar businesses in the category. So on balance, definitely been great for us.
Rob, what is your experience? And can you give us, a piece of advice to our audience, some of whom might be considering this option at the moment?
Yeah, I'll start with the advice. Basically the advice is persevere. Just to reinforce what Tom said, I think offshoring an engineering team or building an engineering team in any territory, it has complications, especially if you're a multi-territory business, moving money around and dealing with tax and legal infrastructure issues and bureaucracy is going to be the same anywhere you go. I think, to echo Tom's statement as well about the cost of engineering in any EU market, there's not a great deal in it. The advantage of being in Greece, from my experience, is that if you're good at recruitment and you build a solid company culture, the likelihood of churn is way lower in Greece, from my experience. And I've been involved in businesses with engineering teams in London and on the West Coast, and churn and attrition is not such a big problem for us in Greece.
What do you think is the reason for that? Is it the job market here, or is this something cultural, let's say?
I think it's a combination of things. I think the job market is definitely plays into that, but also culturally, I've always been astonished at the quality of engineering that we have inside the Orpheum business. I think it's a combination of things. That particular manifestation, it's I think a lot of Greeks think philosophically. It's in their DNA, and I also think that they're also very loyal. There's a good. It may be Orpheum specific, but we have a good family culture inside our business, which plays towards dropping attrition and churn rates. It's definitely been a process, and perseverance has been critical for us, but also strong domestic support. Mr. Mitsotakis and the regime at the moment has been, they have been incredibly dynamic. Lots of great changes being made inside the marketplace, especially from a digitalization perspective. Registering births and what they've done through the COVID crisis has been admirable, and they've been called out for doing things like that. But from us, from an Orpheum perspective, we've had great support from Big Pie. They're the only institutional money we've taken into Orpheum so far, and Marco's been incredibly supportive. But also the Endeavour group as well. We joined the Endeavour group. We were invited into the Endeavour network at the start of the pandemic, and their support has been incredible as well. So, you know, it's not something we've done alone by any stretch. But yeah, the single strongest piece of advice I could give anybody looking to try and build an engineering team specifically in Greece is persevere. But I think there's no, you know, it's a common problem in any market around the world.
What I said, I assume that if you decide to come to Greece, make the effort to build a strong network of investors, advisors that will help you operate efficiently here, correct?
Definitely, definitely.
Stavro, you are more prepared, I assume. But you know, Greece never stops surprising you. What is your experience so far? Are you happy with your decision? What were the challenges you faced?
Yeah, I'm definitely very, very happy with my decision. I was prepared beforehand, to be honest. It didn't just occur to me. So I had been preparing for creating the team and the subsidiary and everything for almost a year when I started the company. That was in a pre-seed stage. And please note that I created the subsidiary when we were only 4 people, right? Just at the time we closed the seed round, which was just $3 million, right? So I was betting very hard. And one of the challenges that I had was to go to my board. My company's a US company, right? And I had to go to my board and explain to them that with 4 people, we're expanding effectively in their eyes to another company. Also, please note that Talib was remote first before the pandemic. That helped us a little bit. So we didn't have to change our practices whatsoever. So in the eyes of our investors and the board, they were saying, okay, you're a remote company. You have the ties with Greece, because I did have a lot of connections in academia and other companies in Greece. So it made sense to them and they trusted me, but other people may not be trusted with such a decision. So one of the challenges, or the very first barrier, is pass it through the board, right? I managed to do it, but it involved a couple of discussions there. It didn't just come like naturally to them. So that's one. Another challenge which I was very well prepared for, because, well, my mentors told me about this. They clarified it to me since day one, was that the cost for the engineers that I'm going to be hiring is going to be high. So I knew, right? I knew what I was getting into. The engineering costs, because of everything that Tom said, and I agree fully on the taxation and everything, it piles up. So it's very, very difficult for early stage startups to pay the competitive salaries to the Greek team members in order to be able to compete with the other companies out there. So those costs pile up because the Greek employees expect a healthy sum to come to them in net, right, post taxes and everything. And for that amount, the gross salary that we have to pay as employers is huge, right? So getting very strong engineers, senior, poached from other big companies that had big salaries was a challenge for me, right? Especially in the seed stage. Now we have raised over $20 million. We're in a better shape, but still taxation is hurting us. It's hurting early stage startups, which are extremely important for the Greek ecosystem in business. So that was another one. And as I mentioned before, the third challenge that I faced was skilling, right? The skills that people had. The ones that I employed were awesome, right? And that's why they're part of the company right now. But there were very, very few. I would have wished that the company, the subsidiary in Greece, is 3 times the size it is today. Spiro, I would like to mention one more thing. I just remembered. I was checking my notes. Because you mentioned challenges, that was not a challenge, but it was not a challenge for me, but it might be a huge challenge for anybody else trying to set up shop in Greece. And it revolves around accounting and legal. I had it kind of ready because, my mentors told me what to do. I found the right accountants that had done it before, and it was completely textbook to them. So we set up everything within a couple of days, only because they were super experienced doing exactly that. And all the legal, everything else was taken care of. That's not going to be trivial for most of the people. If you don't find these people that are extremely few in Greece to set you up very nicely in Greece, you're going to face problems and eventually you may be deterred. So one of the things we need to emphasize on is just the bureaucracy, just the procedural stuff, beyond the talent, beyond the mentality, beyond all of that stuff.
I see, yeah. I mean, apparently the bureaucracy is not that terrible if you know how to navigate it. And basically what we need to do is to make it easier to bring those people in touch with the right, companies, service providers here in Greece that can do it for them.
Exactly, it's mostly education. The practices are in place. It's mostly education because had I not known the right people, which was very serendipitous, the way I found them, so pretty much luck, I would be at a loss.
Sure. Nikki, we see an unprecedented talent war in the tech industry. In Greece, we have a relatively untapped talent pool still. I mean, we have a relatively highly educated population. Many of those are still unemployed or underemployed. How can we reskill them to be more competitive in the global job market? And what do you think are the skills that are in the highest demand at the moment? Do you think this is something that can be centrally organized, or basically we can leave it up to the market to do this reskilling of the workforce? I mean, let the Orpheums and the global web indexes of the world come here, find the right persons and send them to the right training programs.
No, I think there's a big role outside of that of companies for both government as well as individuals to play. So I think Greece has outstanding talent as engineers. We've heard a lot about from my fellow panelists who actually are entitled to have an opinion on that subject, but also scientists. And I think it's really exciting to see more and more scientific research occurring in Greece. Centers like Pfizer's being developed there, and so forth. I think there's amazing talent there. I would say, one initiative I'm involved in Greece is ESETEC, and I'd say on the scientific front, there is still an opportunity for coordinating the academic research that takes place, so that Greece can continue to do well in science, but actually double down on some of its strengths and ensure that the grant funding is aligned behind that. So I think there's opportunities for centralization there. I think when it comes to the entrepreneurial ecosystem, we talk a lot about engineering talent, and that certainly is a huge focus. But any early stage company is also always trying to find people to help scope the product and then people to help sell it. So product management and sales skill set. And I would say that in those two areas, Greece has the raw ingredients, but there is limited terrific sales talent and product management talent that I've come across. And I think as we look to not just have parts of companies in Greece, but whole companies and whole teams in Greece, and really double down in terms of the innovation potential and making the most of that engineering and scientific talent, you need the business people and you need the product management people to help unleash that talent by developing product ideas and then selling those product ideas. And I think those are areas where, in terms of reskilling, there certainly can be initiatives. For instance, I would consider myself a salesperson at this point, and I'd never done sales before. There are sales training classes, there are sales mentors, there are things you can do to learn that skill set. And the same applies with product management. And there are a lot of great companies that have the discipline there. And so, I think we are also entering a world where work can become much more modular than before. So you don't necessarily need to have your entire sales team in San Francisco. You can have part of it in Greece, part of it in all over the world. And I'd love to see Greece start to invest in building that talent, because I think as individuals self-enroll in those courses, in addition to both government programs or company programs to develop those skills, I think that's how we'll get the next wave of tech startups in Greece and the next wave of tech development and innovation for everyone.
Thank you. So the last question is the same for all of you, I guess. In the post-COVID era, remote will be a norm. We see more and more companies going fully distributed, and we also see a trend in those companies to have more balanced salaries across locations. It will matter more what exactly you do and where, and less where you do it from. Do you think the whole discussion we had so far becomes irrelevant going forward? I mean, in a techno-optimism nirvana where everybody is an avatar and works in the cloud and they're getting paid in cryptocurrencies, will companies continue investing in certain locations, expand through hubs, and so on? What is your view of the future? Let's start with Rob.
I have a slightly Victorian view about remote work, but let me qualify that. I'm fully in favour of a safe working environment, especially in a post-pandemic world. But I'm a lifelong music industry guy and have spent, a number of nights in studios with bands. And the similarity between making music and writing good code is there's not a giant difference between that creative process. And people fire when they are in proximity to each other, especially sparky creatives like software developers and product guys and band members. So, I think there's definitely a need for us to look long and hard about remote work, but also there's a need for people to still come together to get those really pithy problems solved. Regarding the remuneration for people that are based in other far-flung corners of the world that make contributions to businesses, we have a small, comparatively small team here in the US of about 60 folks. And during the pandemic, 30% of our US workforce have moved out of state. And there was this kind of creep. It wasn't that, people weren't declaring that they're going to live in Colorado or Michigan or Wisconsin with their folks, but they just kind of did it. And now we have an employee contribution issue, because we have to obviously now cover insurance for these various states where our employees are based, which throws off a huge bureaucratic issue for us in the US. But also, living in Los Angeles is expensive. There's a weighting, an average based around what we pay them because they're based here. So, arguably, it's an open question. Is it fair that they still earn the same amount of money when they're living somewhere which is way cheaper to live? And I think Google made an announcement, it was either Google or Facebook, one of the big tech companies, about potentially addressing that issue and adjusting salaries for people that were working outside of the place where they were originally employed. That's not an option that Orpheum is exploring just yet, but it's definitely food for thought, especially when we talk about diversifying engineering talent around the world. It's definitely a topic for debate. We don't have an answer yet. We haven't really thought long and hard about it, but I think that for me, I like people being together in a room, especially when it comes to quality engineering, up to a point.
I see we have a lot of things. I think we have a lot of things to figure out, as this thing will play out long term. It's not as obvious and trivial as many people think. Nikki, what is your opinion on this matter?
Well, I'll take the non-Victorian view. I guess, I think this has been the lesson of experience for us. So I think at Nova Credit, we've had a very significant in-office culture, in part because I think as a founding team, we come from fairly traditional industries. And then, we sell to large Fortune 500 banks, so not exactly the most cutting edge in terms of how people work. And I think that's just totally been upended for us in the last year and a half. We've really just learned how to work, and everything from we actually launched an entirely new product in a completely different industry in the last 18 months, and most of that was entirely developed without anyone ever meeting face to face. And so I think there's often this bifurcation between creative work and execution oriented work, and that the creative work needs to be co-located, and I just don't believe that anymore. And I think I'd be very comfortable starting a company wherever. I think there are a couple of other dynamics. So I think on the remuneration front, I think it is going to be really hard to justify paying people differently based on where they live. And this is an employees market. And so I think what might become very interesting is around people getting, increasingly getting to participate in the value that they are creating. And I don't want to be too crypto and token oriented or things like that, but I think, the value of work is ultimately, is not just about a fixed salary. It's about what value are you creating, and are you creating more value than you're costing the company ultimately? And so in a war for talent, I can't see how at a global level we'll be able to defend regionalized salaries. And so that's both an opportunity for a lot of Greeks, but also a threat to some of the attractions to opening a company in Greece. I certainly also think that in Greece, I'd love to see an emphasis both on the regulatory front and at an individual front in better valuing equity in particular. I think there's been less emphasis on that, on the upside potential and the risk sharing that you can take in building a company. And I wonder about ways to really reinforce that again, so that people are participating in the value of the work that they're creating. And then finally, I'll say that, I don't think it's just about remote and asynchronous work, but I also think there's a dynamic around work becoming much more modular. I look at the people that we employ at Nova Credit. We're increasingly employing people to come and do a small project that's 20% of their time, but they're the market expert or they're the leader on this. And so they're not full-time employees, but they're actually contributing a ton of value. And I think that will only continue as we get more freelancers, more experts, more distributed experts. And so thinking about how do we create infrastructure, not for hiring someone full-time, but for hiring someone to come and work 30% of the time for 3 months and develop a significant product that actually, maybe 2 years from now is successful, and how they participate in that value is going to change. So I'm going to be the super bullish future of work voice on the panel, and I'm sure I need an appointment with reality from everyone else who's in the trenches.
For this futuristic, view of things. We only have 3 minutes left, so a quick note from Tom and Stavros.
I'll go quickly. So I'm in the office, so I am a believer of the value of the office, and we've switched into a hybrid working mode. The business actually did absolutely great, everyone remote, but there are things that are very challenging, and I think some of the enjoyment of work only comes from being, working together in the same space and the kind of energy you get from that. We've hired over 100 people this year, and onboarding people fully remote is it's incredibly challenging, right? That the onboarding, building connections, relationships, particularly with new starters who've come straight from university, the benefit for them for being in office is immeasurable. So we've gone hybrid so far, and so far so good. And I think the main thing that people want to retain is flexibility, and that's what we will continue to deliver. But the idea that we'll never come in an office and stay at home fully on Zoom 5 days a week, it's not for me personally. And I think that's what we'll embed in the business moving forward from our side.
Stavros, do you think this remote work will wipe out the benefit for Greece of great, let's say, cost-value ratio?
Yeah, that's a good question. It is a very complicated subject, and it's too early to tell in general. I mean, you can tell from the conversations and the comments of everybody here. On my side, in general, remember I told you that Taldebi was remote first since day one, yet I go to the office every day. I'm not going to change going to the office. I tried it for a year when I was outside. I was overseas for a year. And I did not like it. I don't make it mandatory for the company to show up at the office. So effectively, we're enforcing a hybrid model. But personally, I don't like it being 100% remote. Now, regarding Greece specifically, I think that this remote model is going to help in a sense, because you will see a lot of people, a lot of good Greek engineering people that worked for years at Google, Amazon, and other big companies returning to Greece because they will be given the flexibility to work from there. So you will see that this is going to help Greece. In my mind, Greece is a good place to be. So I promise you that a lot of people would want to go back to Greece if financially they have the right incentives. And the big companies are giving, in part, those incentives. So it's going to help. What we need to be extremely mindful of is the early stage startups, once again, because adjustment of salaries is inevitable. Like when my daycare in Boston costs $3,000 a month, and in my hometown in Xanthi, it costs 250 euros. You can do the math.
Positive note, we will wrap this discussion up. Our time is up. And thank you very much for joining me today, and wish you all the best for you and your companies.
I think so far we've had some, very interesting discussions about what could boost foreign direct investment in Greece. Some of the questions are obviously existential, others are very practical. The next items on the agenda are really about game changers. Now, game changers effectively means, are there any particular areas that could have a massive impact in the future of the innovation ecosystem development in Greece? And I would say that we've chosen two in particular to highlight today. One is life sciences, health tech. The other is, let's call it clean tech and sustainability, these two. And the reason we've chosen these two areas is, first of all, because they are emerging fields. You could argue that they are less saturated than things like software as a service, and perhaps a bit less competitive. The second reason is because Greece does have a relative advantage in terms of life sciences, A, because the diaspora is very strong in that sector. I would remind everyone from Innovative Greeks #1, we had Stelios Papadopoulos, Mr. Skangos, Mr. Galakatos, and Mr. Bourla, of course, the CEO of Pfizer, are all Greek, and they are a major influence in this sector. The other reason is we simply have a lot of medical professionals in Greece. So there is a very interesting opportunity in life sciences for Greece. Now, clean tech, there is a mass of money coming into Greece from Europe and in the RRF in the tune of over 30 billion over the next few years going into clean energy. So we should really think about how we can make the most of it. So beyond that, I've observed another reason why I think we should be thinking about these sectors very seriously, and that is to do with younger employees coming into the market. I think there's huge competition for the best people, and one of the things younger people look for these days is purpose. Back in the day when I was looking for my first job, it was mostly about pay, and it was mostly about, I guess, moving fast through the ranks and achieving things. Now, and this is a really good development, it's more about, does my job give me a sense of purpose? Am I contributing something to the world? And I think a lot of younger people are not willing to accept doing menial or even damaging work, right? So fewer people are willing to go after clicks, and I think more people are willing and wanting to change the world. And clearly, life sciences offer this opportunity, and clearly, given the jeopardy in which our planet is at the moment, clean energy, clean tech is also one of them. So let's swiftly move on to the next panels that will cover these two, hopefully, game-changing areas for the future of the Greek economy.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Marco, so much for that great introduction. So we have an amazing panel here today, and we have a lot of ground to cover. So just so everyone has context, we have on our panel Julia Tsetti, Chair of Unipharma, Vagelis Vergetis, co-founder of Intelligentsia, Professor Konstantin Kousios, Director of the Institute of Biomedical Engineering at University of Oxford, and Nico Gariboldi, Site Lead at Global Center for Digital Innovation and Senior Director at Pfizer. Why don't we start with you, Nico? I am so curious, as others are, what induced Pfizer to come to Greece, and was there something specifically in Thessaloniki that made it attractive to you?
Thanks for Marina, and also I would say, first of all, let me say that I'm really happy to be part of this panel and to be part of this discussion today. And I would say this is the question that I'm receiving, I would say, a lot of times since we came in Greece, more or less, I would say almost 2 years ago, because we started to have colleagues here in Center for Digital Innovation in Thessaloniki from May 2020. So there are multiple reasons, I would say, why we selected to be here in Greece and specifically in Thessaloniki. So first of all, it's about people. And this was also part of the discussion that you were having before. So really, we think that talents were one of the key reasons why we decided to be here. Talents at junior level, and this is also something that, for example, we are always in discussion with universities. So the education is really good here in Greece, and this was one of the reasons. But also, in general, even for the more senior roles, there is a very good tech scene. There is a very good, I would say, environment for startup incubators. So this was one of the reasons why we selected to be here. But also, I would say, in some way, the support that we are having from the institutions, because as you may know, so for sure, the investment from abroad are really supported from your government. And this is also something that has driven our decision. Together also, with, in general, a digital strategy that now Greece has. So this is also something that is making our life easier in our strategy, especially in the connection with the ecosystem. So we all also reminded the agreement among US and Greece, so some time ago, with the state with the US and Greece that happened more or less on July of the last year. So all these kind of things were supporting in some way our decision. And then also, Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is a big city, the second one in Greece, and it's also in some way located in a place where we can work globally. So the CDI, the Center for Digital Innovation, is a global center. We are in Greece, but these people in our organization work with all Pfizer colleagues across the globe. So they are part of projects with Asia, with the US, with Europe in general. So being in some way in the middle of East and West was also one of the reasons that pushed us to select Greece and Thessaloniki for coming here, for setting up this up.
Thank you. That's great. And while we're talking about geography, I'm going to shift to Vagelis Vergetis, who has a team in Athens, but is based in New York. And I'm curious, Vagelis, if you can talk about the elements of the biotech ecosystem that you find in New York that need to be further developed in Greece, and what your experience has been in Greece so far.
Thank you, Marina. I'll start with the latter. The experience has been great. Nico talked about talent. The previous panel talked about talent. So clearly, an area of focus for us, and one of the main reasons we set up, the R&D Center of Intelligentsia in Greece. So in that sense, we're very happy that with our decision and our choice. On the first part of your question, the elements of the ecosystem that we would like to see in Greece, some of them are there, some of them are not there yet. So if I think about it, it is a critical mass of research and talent in biotech. We do have pockets of excellence here and there, but nothing close to the critical mass of New York or Boston or San Francisco or Switzerland and other places like that. That will result in our ability to attract top people consistently. Again, we do this and we do attract some top people here and there, but we don't have yet the ability to attract them consistently. And another element that I'll mention, and we can go into a much longer conversation on how to attract biotech companies in Greece more broadly. Another element is consistency and a long-term view in funding. What I've seen when it comes to academic grants, even, so if you want to talk about academic research and very high caliber academic research, there is some funding, and it may be here today, it may not be there tomorrow, it may come back again in 3 years. That's a very hard way to run a very high-performing academic lab. So to incentivize all those things, there's need to be some consistency, and we're not talking about huge numbers. The total number here is in the order of 5 million euros. But the important thing is that it's there, and it's always there, and it's a long-term commitment, not a 12-month commitment. So these are some of the elements that I'd love to see more in Greece, and we're making progress, and we'll get there. It will take time. This is not a 2-year journey. This is a 8-10-year journey.
Sure. No, that's great. And that actually kind of migrates us into the issue of innovation, which is a long-term process. So I'm going to shift to Julia. Julia, can you tell us about your business historically and about your push in the more recent past toward greater innovation? Talk to us about what sort of innovations you're investing in. Julia, I think you're on mute.
Hello, thank you for having me here. All in our history, like pharmaceutical companies started early 60s. And my father was a pharmacist, and he was innovating mind, and he invented for the first beginning to create this factory that you see in the right back of me. This is Unipharma First. And today, we're still investing in innovation on new drug delivery systems. And as well today, we are very thrilled because we're going to inaugurate our new factory at Inofita. That is the first factory that extracts raw materials from medicinal herbs, plants from the biodiversity of Greece. So our aim is to go on with innovation, to establish more the already position that we have in pharmaceutical production, and we would like to grow our business to return Greece in a competitive biopharma hub. This is our ambition.
That's great. I think we're all aligned in that goal. Shifting toward the academic environment, Professor Kousios, can you tell us how are the collaborations between Oxford and the pharmaceutical industry structured? How often do you meet? How do you interact? Who drives these projects? Who funds these projects? Can you give us some insight as to that whole picture?
Thank you, Marina. Yes, first of all, my thanks to you and Marcos Veremis. I'm very excited to be here to share experiences of working with pharma. So we have two types of interactions. We have both technology-led interactions where something has been invented within the university and is looking for a partnership with the pharma industry. And we also have sort of a need-based interaction where the pharmaceutical industry comes to the academic environment with a particular problem or challenge that they wish to see resolved. And these projects are fundamentally structured quite differently. The first type of project tends to be around a basis where more of the intellectual property and the innovation takes place within the university. And the commercial partner provides a route for rapid deployment, scale up, and commercialization. The second type of interaction, which is more need-led by the company, tends to create sort of a wrapped ecosystem around that particular need and that particular project in order to deliver it as effectively as possible. And I think one of the keys in all of these interactions increasingly is not to think of them as academic and business interactions, but actually to think holistically about the whole problem from innovation to production, to deployment, to commercialization. So we are increasingly shifting our thinking to doing a lot of very early feasibility studies that you would not have traditionally seen in an academic environment to make sure we select those candidates and those strategies and those technologies that have a very high opportunity to translate rapidly in an economically viable way for the benefit of patients.
And do you ever see is there any conflict with the professors managing this dual role? How do they split their time? Are there other conflicts that they have?
The university is historically the most prolific generator of spin-outs and industrial collaborations in the UK and in Europe, and therefore has a long history of managing and having processes in place to manage conflicts of interest. In the context where there is no spin-out company involving the academic, effectively all of this research is done on purely within walls, and therefore is entirely covered by the academics, the postdoctoral researchers, and the students' contracts with the university. And it is very possible, therefore, to ring-fence what is being done, and also to decide a priori what the mechanisms for subsequent exploitation actually are. In situations where there are spin-out companies that perhaps have some of the enabling technology, then a conflict of interest management plan has to be put in place at the very start of the project, very clearly disclosing those interests and very clearly identifying mechanisms for what other people and committees are in place in order to provide oversight and resolution in case of such a conflict of interest arising. And I have to say, in my 6 years now as director of the Institute, we have collaborated with almost every large and medium-sized pharmaceutical company to great effect with those mechanisms in place. It works, and it can be ported to the Greek ecosystem.
That's great. So, Julia, maybe you can tell us, you've done some projects with academia. Has that worked well for you? And is there anything more that you need from academia in Greece? How would you like to see that further develop? And you're muted, by the way.
So, yes, we do cooperate with academia for a very long time. That I am a pharmacist, and my father used to be a pharmacist from the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. And we are very proud that our university still in the top sides of credibility worldwide. According to me, the first step with academic is to design a strategy for the type of projects that we would like to work with them together. Then to identify with these academic partners the best match of these projects. The second step for me is the formulation of a complete framework of these collaborations. This framework should cover project definition, management, and quite importantly, management of IP rights of both parties, always observing robust ethical values. The exact model of collaboration depends on intellectual property status and ranges from contract development agreements to full co-developments. This is my view about how to cooperate with academia. Because still a hard story here in Greece, as we have discussed with Vangelis in our previous meeting.
Yeah, Vangelis, can you talk a little bit about that? Have you worked with universities in Greece? How has that worked for you?
Yeah, we have. Maybe I'll say two things. Maybe I'll say one thing first. There is the collaborations around drug development. So if you think about spin-offs where there's research going on at the University of Athens or the medical school or whatever it is, and then what comes out of that is a biotechnology company. It's not dramatically different, but it has a different angle and probably a higher metabolic rate when you can start having collaborations now on the technology side or the health tech side. So it's not necessarily lab work, but it could be a collaboration that people from Pfizer in Thessaloniki or companies like us can have with universities that are developing machine learning models, or they're pulling together data to speed up clinical trials, to recruit patients faster, to do all sorts of other things. So both of those need to be, I would think about both of those almost equally. One can probably happen faster, the technology side, than the drug development side, but both critically important. So let me start with just that comment. Now, what I would say from our experience, we've had some great successes. So we are collaborating with Vasilis Gorgoulis, who runs a lab in the University of Athens in the medical school, and we have a very good collaboration there. We have attempted to do a few other things with research centers in Greece, government-funded research centers, and things there have moved much, much more slowly than we would have liked, or frankly, much more slowly than any venture-backed company. Imagine the board of a venture-backed company. Marina, you've been there, and you tell them that, it's been 14 months and not much has happened. The advice you get is, just forget it and move quickly and go to the next thing. There's no waiting for somebody for 14 months to do anything in the world that I live in. So the speed of decisions and funds and all that needs to increase dramatically. Both, maybe less so surprisingly, by the way, the ministry. The ministry has worked faster than the research centers themselves, which I find, I was surprised by that. But what I would say there is an acute need to cut bureaucracy out of the system. And that's a broader conversation we can have. And I'm not saying anything new here. But in this particular case, it impacts those industry tech with research centers collaborations in Greece if that doesn't get moved out of the system.
That's great. Thank you. Clearly, that's a complicated situation that will take some time to parse through. I'm curious, Nico, has Pfizer done any collaborations with academia in Greece?
Yes. I would say, as I said, also this was part of the business case when we decided to be here in Greece. And also we are receiving confirmation of our, I would say, strategy. So I would say that we are collaborating in two ways. There are two big strategies for us for the collaboration with the university. The first one, it's really about human capital. So this is getting the right pipeline of talents, also working, I would say, in understanding what are the future trends in terms of capabilities. So this is something that we are doing also in connection with some specific initiatives, especially, as I said, for improving our talent pipeline. So this is the first area in which we are collaborating. The second one is more related to innovation and solution. So I think really, and this is a belief not only in digital now in Pfizer, but also if you think about, I would say the vaccine that we developed was an external collaboration also with a biotech company. So it's also the strategic approach that we are having. Going externally, for me, it's a boost for innovation because you can have different perspectives, you can brainstorm on ideas, and also I would say you can accelerate also having different or additional capabilities to yours. So this is really key. And this is the reason why we are aiming also to make some of this collaboration in the research fields that could be really specific, I don't know, some capabilities related to machine learning, artificial intelligence, data science, but also in finding solutions. So this is also another part of the area. So for example, if we have some challenges coming from Pfizer globally, also the discussion with the universities, how can we find the solution for aiming for supporting especially our patients in managing better their diseases, or I would say in their management of the illness that they have. So I think these are mainly the area of collaboration that we are having with universities.
That's great. And in terms of the talent pool, because that's such a critical piece of this whole puzzle, and I want everyone to have a chance to talk about that. But I'm curious, have you seen, because you're talking pretty large numbers as Pfizer in terms of your employment there, are you seeing people come back to Greece after the brain drain? Is there a brain gain that you're seeing, people from the diaspora coming back?
Yes. I would say, first of all, you're right. It was a massive, I would say, strategy that we put in place, because we started on May 2020 and now we are 351 people.
Wow.
So we hired a lot of people, but it's not only a matter, I would say, of quantity of numbers. It's really a matter of quality. So considering that 84% of them comes from the STEM areas, and more than 75% of them have a postgraduate degrees. So these are really important numbers for underlining the quality of these colleagues. And also, one thing that we are really proud that more or less 15% of them are coming back from abroad. So this is important because it's also here a good number, and we are taking back not only talents, because unfortunately they went away because they didn't find an opportunity maybe at the time when they came out from the university, but we are having also their international experience. So this is key, because it's a way also for us for improving, for accelerating our capabilities, also for leveraging the networks globally. So this is enriching a lot our, I would say, pipeline of talents. And also, I think these people are really motivated in general in CDI, but also these people because they are proud of coming back to Greece and working in Greece for a company like Pfizer in Thessaloniki.
I will echo that, Marina, in terms of people coming from abroad. About a quarter of intelligentsia, where there's about 55 people now in Greece, about a quarter, maybe even more, have come from anywhere in Europe, some in the US. And it's a mix of, people that just received their PhDs, and instead of doing a postdoc or working at a company in Sweden, they come back to Greece, or people that were working in research labs in the UK and they came back to Greece. I would very much echo what Nico said.
That's great to hear. And I've noticed myself, it feels like this younger generation of Greeks has a real drive, real hunger to make things happen. I don't know if the others would like to chime in. Julia, Konstantin?
I'm very impressed by the caliber of Greek-trained undergraduates that come to the various world-leading graduate and postgraduate schools, Oxford and elsewhere, whom we get to see not only as university academics, but also at conferences in examining their PhDs and traveling around. And I think that pool of talent definitely exists, and the upskilling that has taken place for the young Greek generation is indeed unprecedented. And so I completely agree with Vangelis and Nico that the creating the correct infrastructure, the correct sense of purpose, because it's really not very much about financials. It's more about doing something that matters and feeling that you're building a future in your country that is going to help people in the longer term. If we can create that ecosystem in Greece, the skills and the will from those young people exists in spades to come and reinvigorate the Greek economy, and we must make it happen.
For us, it's very difficult to hire people, to find skilled people with high skills and qualifications. This is, consequences of the big crisis, two crises, consequent crisis in Greece. So the brain drain, it is a situation that we confront now that we would like to make investments. So the only solutions from our side is to go to the universities, to reach out to universities abroad and offer meaningful positions to qualified persons, as well as to increase the salaries that is very low in our country, and to give them some initiatives to come back. We have a safe environment, we have a government that changed the infrastructure in Greece, and we have seen due pandemic how quickly the things moved, and it belongs now to the Greeks or to other people to come back. Even the advantage of teleworking and digital nomads will give a solution to our problem.
Would others like to chime in? Like, what would make Greece more attractive for people to return? I think there are a lot of Greeks who want to return. So what does the ecosystem need in order to make that be an attractive option for them?
I think if I may add something along that axis, I think what is currently missing and what we need at this panel, at government level, at senior industry level, help identify is the unique strategic direction that we want the biotech sector to take. I think people are generally unlikely to wish to return for the ways of the past, but they may be inspired to return because of a very clear strategy and ecosystem of excellence in a particular way to build the future. And so, for example, the building that sits in my background is where the Oxford vaccine was developed. It's also where my institute is based. It's been really exciting to watch an ecosystem come together with everything it has to respond to a pandemic. And I think in Greece, if we're going to move in a particular direction, we are unlikely to ever be able to compete with sort of large scale, low margin manufacturing with companies like India and China, where a lot of these larger production plants are increasingly moving. But if the pandemic taught us anything, it's the importance of one-stop shops within the European Union to produce vaccines and solutions within borders, without the need to cross borders in these situations. I therefore think Greece could have a unique position as a place of sort of low volume, high value manufacturing for things like biologics and things that typically have a higher margin but are produced in smaller quantities. If we could agree what that strategy is to be, and we could convey it and actively recruit, providing training schemes, collaborations with universities, and a very clear vision, I think people will be compelled by it and will return in spades.
Maybe I'll add, I think that's exactly right, Konstantin, and maybe I'll add a couple of thoughts, Marina. One is painting a vision of what Greece can be and getting people to believe in it and sticking with it and delivering on it and showing some early wins. And the government is doing a lot of things, right? It's the digital, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, whatever it's called. It's taking a lot of barriers out of the system. So when people are used to a life in the US or in the UK, they see Greece going that way. So there's a lot of things like that. I would also add to that externally focused companies. So having companies in Greece that are not necessarily only for the Greek market, but they're looking externally. So you can be in Greece, work in Thessaloniki, and actually provide a service for a lab in Connecticut. You can work for a technology company in Athens, and your customer sits in Switzerland or in Brazil or in Tokyo. So it used to be that if you are working in Greece, you're confined to some degree, not always, but to some degree, you're confined within the borders of Greece in terms of who you interact with, who you learn from, what you do. In a much more global world, you can still be based in Greece, but have a mentor who sits in Switzerland, have a customer who's based someplace else. So being able to deliver that and having externally focused companies based in Greece, I think will go a long way.
So Julia, did you want to add something?
No, Vangelis and Konstantin, they talk about everything perfect. This is the point now.
Said nobody ever, but okay, Julia.
So as long as we're talking about geography and physical presence, I'd like each of you to talk about where you have been over the last year and a half, 2 years, and where you see this going. In terms of pharmaceuticals are something that require some physical presence. It's not, bits in the air. So how has COVID impacted your operations, and how do you see this having an impact sort of going forward in the future?
I didn't understand very well the question, Marina. I mean, the question is how we can move forward to biotech hub in Greece.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering for your specific operations and more broadly in general for a biotech hub, how is the physical presence, how important is that physical presence? How did that operate during COVID? What workarounds did you have? Or is this whole digital nomad thing, does that play a role as well? So I'd be curious on all of you to speak to that.
Yeah, according to me, I think we need a foreigner direct investments in pharma in order to think Greeks, to facilitate, to create a friendly ecosystem for a biotech environment. And to do that, I think we are ready now because Greek pharma manufacturing is a generic manufacturing companies, and this investment will be fully complementary, pushing the Greek pharma towards competitive and innovative healthcare products and services.
Again, go ahead.
Nico, please. No, please go ahead.
Thanks a lot. No, I was saying that for me, I would say if I should think about our recent experience, because as I said, it's not even 2 years. In terms of operation, for CDI, for the Center for Digital Innovation, we didn't have big obstacles. So considering really that we hired 351 people in 18 months, in some way, this was not a big obstacle. And also this period for me has proved that we can also work remotely. But for me, this is not the only way of working. So also the model that we are approaching in Pfizer is a hybrid model. So for sure, this will give more empowerment to people to manage their day. And this is only positive for me, because in some way, this is going to impact better your balance among work and your personal life. You can also avoid, I would say, all the things, for example, related to commuting or work that can be even more stressing. So I see this way of working of the future really as an hybrid model, because you can work at home if you need it, but you can also work in the office because it's the best way for making connection, for talking to people without any barriers, also for making meeting, for brainstorming about innovation. So I see the future as an hybrid model. And for sure, as I said, this pandemic period has proved that we can work even remotely.
To build on what Nico has just said, I think it has forced all of us to think in whatever walk of life we work in, which professional functions really need to be physical, which can afford to be remote and still operate effectively, and which needs to be a hybrid with part physical presence, part digital presence. We've all had to think of processes of having multiple teams working and potentially stepping in for each other. So we've operated a blue team, red team situation with people sort of working in alternation in a non-overlapping way. And I think these processes actually create a unique opportunity for Greece, because the other component, as Julia mentioned, is investment, where bodies like Big Pie have been making a very, very big impact in actually generating investment from within Greece to the outside. Now, if you take all of these things together, it actually means we have a pretty unique opportunity to create things in Greece that leverage this hybrid working model. And I think now is the time to actually identify what are the skills that are missing and can operate remotely, and therefore we recruit people who are based outside Greece in order to fulfill those functions and upskill the local workforce? And which are those skills that we absolutely need to have represented physically, and how then can we grow them organically and make sure that they exist within the factories and the physical manifestation of biotech?
Thank you. Vangelis, did you want to add anything? I wasn't sure.
Maybe a thought, and I think it was well covered. So without repeating anything that Nico or Konstantin said, the ability, Greece has a unique ability with the talent it has and the infrastructure that exists to actually offer things either within the country or create groups in the country that serve other places. I'll give 2 or 3 examples specific to biotech. We talked about basic research and how that can be incentivized and how can the collaboration between academia and the industry work better and all that. I'll offer 3 more things. I'll offer manufacturing. Now, Julia has forgotten more about manufacturing than I will ever know. But going above and beyond generics and small molecules and creating a manufacturing hub in Greece for biologics, for cell therapies, for complex stuff. And there's a lot of ways to incentivize and do that. The third one I'll offer is clinical trials. So with the talent we have, with the hospitals we have, with the infrastructure we have, there are some things we can change, sure. And if we do them, we can create much more activity in clinical trials in Greece than exists today. And the last thing I'll say, and this is where remote work becomes also a key component, is services in the biotech sector more broadly. So biotech companies, they don't only discover drugs. Once they commercialize those drugs, they need to look at particular data and cut in a particular way to inform their commercial strategy or their market access strategy. So you can have data hubs like the Pfizer one. Patient services, offer them remotely to patients in the US or to patients in Europe and offer them from Greece. European headquarters. Why wouldn't a large or medium-sized pharmaceutical company have their European HQ in Athens or in Thessaloniki or in some other place in Greece? There is talent, there's a lot of infrastructure. So between basic research, clinical trials, manufacturing, services, a lot of things can be done. And last year has taught us that there are creative ways to do them much more easily than we thought would have been the case otherwise. And I'll stop here, I said a lot.
No, that's great. So we only have 3 more minutes. And what I would love to hear from all of you is, what would you ask from the government? Is there a role for government to play to help this biotech hub to form? Or should government just get out of the way? What are your thoughts about that? And any other thoughts you have as to how to move forward, ideas for improvement and direction? Just chime in. Yeah, Julia, start.
Okay, thank you, Marina. From my side, I would like the government to, and special SEV, Innovative Greeks, to do these platforms more frequently, to get people together, like Vangelis, like Konstantinos, and like Mr. Garibaldi, in order to exchange view, and we are very optimistic that with the new ecosystem that is already in Greece, with the investments of Pfizer, the investments of Microsoft, we can go further on very, very quickly and to still in contact, and we will find one center, one HL to base and to increase this hub, this future hub of biotech in our country. First of all, it's the will. I have seen from the Greeks that are abroad that they believe that Greece can gain the game again, like a biopharma hub. Thank you.
From my perspective, Marina, the government has been making incredible strides in the past 2 to 3 years, and endeavors such as this, I think, very much exemplify the current wind of change that is sweeping across Greece. I think we need three things. One is a strategy that truly leverages the unique selling points that Greece has to offer. Two is government facilitation in a very targeted way to help implement this strategy. And three is investment both from within Greece and external to Greece in order to make the first two happen. And that's where I would suggest our collective effort should focus in order to transform this particular sector in Greece.
Thank you. I want to hear from the others as well.
Nico, you want to go?
Yes, I can go. I would say I agree with what was also shared until now. So for sure, continue in supporting this, I would say, networking collaboration among the different stakeholders of the ecosystem. This is really key. And also ensuring continuity, because for sure we are finding now very good conditions, support. But as you can imagine, the companies need to make long-term strategy. So we need, I would say, to have ensured, I would say, that this support also in the future. But they are doing, I would say, we are finding very good conditions. For now, it's a matter of stabilizing, I would say, a little bit the model and in some way reinforcing the interaction among all the stakeholders. This is my opinion.
Maybe, Marina, I'll say, look, there are the generalities, if you will, or not generalities, but things that are being said over and over again, reform the legal system, cut down bureaucracy. So forgetting those for a second that need to happen, I'll say, that there is a lot that has been done in the last couple of years, and others said the same thing. What I would focus on is also specific targeted interventions. So we need to understand a particular sector really well, figure out what the sticky point is, and change that little sticky point. I'll give you an example. Like, you want clinical trials in Greece. One of the sticky points, there's not that many, but one of them is, how can you adequately pay a university in Greece or a hospital in Greece for the service they provide in running a clinical trial? This is very hard to do today, to cover their costs, to make it worth their while. Once we fix that, we're going to see clinical trial activity increasing in Greece. So what I would ask, if I were to ask for the government for one thing, it would be, getting down to that level, figuring out what are the 3 or 4 things that are small enough that need to happen, and doing them quickly. And of course, having the broader lens, which is reform the legal system, cut bureaucracy, digitize the country, and all those other things. But I don't want the macro to overshadow the micro.
Thank you all, Julia, Vangelis, Konstantin, and Nico. This has been a fascinating panel. We could go on forever,
yep.
But I really appreciate your time. And thank you, Marco, also for introducing us.
Thank you, Marina, for your outstanding chairing. Thank you for having us.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good evening. My name is Gaurav Gujral, and I lead Accenture's Sustainability Services practice for our government and public services arena. It's an absolute honor to be here at the SEV conference, and I'm absolutely delighted to moderate this panel on game changers, green tech, and sustainability. What kind of investments does Greece need to accelerate its journey towards net zero? We have an esteemed panel here with us today, joining us from different corners of the world. So let's go across and meet our panel. We have Murray McCaig, co-founder and managing partner, Arcturn Ventures, a global VC firm investing in breakthrough tech companies addressing climate change and sustainability. He has founded, scaled, and exited 3 businesses successfully, and is a former Olympic athlete who competed in the 92 Games. The next panelist is Kostas Papamantelos. He joins us from New York today. Kostas has been with RWE since 2008 and currently holds the position of Global Head of RWE's Energy Transition Investment Vehicle that operates out of London and New York. Within RWE, he also has a second hat, the CEO of RWE Renewables, Hellas, the subsidiary that RWE established in 2021 as part of its market entry into Greece. Our third panelist today is Ioannis Kaltsas, the head of the investment team for Greece and Cyprus at the European Investment Bank. And then last but not the least, we have George Tsoupalas, chairman and managing director at McKinsey for Greece. Absolutely delighted and an honor to be with you all today. So a few words to set the scene before we kick off. I think you'd all agree that we're having this discussion at a very opportune time. The climate is under duress, and Greece has felt this very personally. I was at COP26 a few weeks ago, and what I witnessed in terms of the collective resolve and mobilization of both state and non-state actors across the finance community, business, and policy to collectively set a new path forward has never been so strong. We are clearly on a new course, and there's no turning back. And the new course is heading us towards a low-carbon, more sustainable, and greener future. And this will bring with it significant benefits economically, socially, and on our planetary systems and biodiversity. From a business standpoint, success will be defined not just by setting the right ambition, but also action. Now, Greece enters this arena quite strong. According to the Environmental Performance Index 2020, Greece ranked 25th overall from 180 countries. It is endowed with natural capital, solar, wind, and tidal energy. We've heard several panelists today talk about the immense human capital, the strong STEM skills, the human ingenuity, and a thriving startup ecosystem. If we look at economic catalysts, the signal that we got from COP26 in terms of the mobilization of the finance community, the GFANs signaling about $130 trillion of investment ready to go into green transition. And if we think more locally from a European arena, we heard Marco talk about the EU RRF and about over $30 billion of funding coming into green transition in Greece. And this will go across a vast spectrum of areas. So the built environment, investments in energy storage, battery infrastructure, renewables, EVs, and the hydrogen economy. If we look at the role of government, they've certainly sent some very strong signals. They've set out a bold national energy and climate plan with clear, aggressive targets and enabling regulation to support the energy transition. And if we look at this from a technology lens as well, clean tech will certainly play a vital role across a variety of these industry value chains, right? Be it in terms of breakthrough innovations, be it in terms of data plays, ability to convene ecosystems, and tools to accelerate that green transition. So with that backdrop, let's get into the discussion with our panelists. I'll come to you first, Murray. Arcturn invests in emerging sustainable earth tech startups in North America and Europe. Have you been looking at investment opportunities in Greece, and how so?
Yeah, good question. I mean, when you look at this whole category of climate tech, earth tech innovation, at least in the last kind of 18, 24 months, the flow of capital into the space has been unprecedented. We're seeing more venture capital growing in this space than at any previous point in time. And I think it's the fastest growing area of venture capital. So Greece wants to get its piece of the action here, that's for sure. We probably look at about This year we've looked at, I was just checking, 1,400 different startups in this clean tech, earth tech space. We're focused on companies just at the point of commercialization. About 40% of those opportunities are in Europe, and I would say we've seen 2 or 3 coming out of Greece. And I don't know why. I myself have worked for a Greek startup, and I would say the talent I had the opportunity to work with was the best I've worked with anywhere in the world. So we know Greece has the human talent. My guess is that it needs more support from the government at the very early stage, at the base level of innovation, to drive that broad base level of innovators that can then be funded by venture capital firms. So I'm really curious if there's some of the other panelists have some further thoughts on why that just isn't happening in Greece.
Fantastic. Thank you for those reflections. So sticking with the investment lens, Kostas, I'll come to you next. And if we look at your portfolio in terms of energy transition, I know this encompasses, a broad array of things, but typically people associate this with things like renewable power generation, batteries, EVs, and hydrogen. So from your experience as an investor in energy transition, what else do you consider within this spectrum and relevant to this arena?
Yeah, good question. Let me just step back quickly. Looking, at RWE, RWE is committed to deploy, to invest 50 billion within the coming decade in renewables. That's onshore, offshore wind, that's solar, that's flexible power generation. These are all strategic, investments averaging about 5 billion a year. So within that very big organization, we've got the Energy Transition Investment Vehicle that, in fact, looks at deploying capital into companies that actually are relevant and facilitate the energy transition. We're up and running since 10 years. We've done over 15 transactions and have deployed roughly $500 million. So over that period. Yes, and as you said, most of the people, when they think about energy transition, they think about, we need more solar parks and onshore and offshore wind, and that is absolutely correct. But there are industrial goods companies that absolutely are necessary to facilitate the energy transition. You need services companies that will actually provide sophisticated services. You need software companies that will, facilitate the flexible power generation assets. You need industrial goods companies that facilitate, that will provide cables. You will need to start thinking about industrial goods companies that will be providing building materials that will increase the efficiency of the buildings, and so on. So we are looking at all this entire spectrum, and what I've learned through, in particular, 2 investments in North America. The one was into energy storage. We invested into Silicon Valley company a couple of years ago, which is now listed in the US. And we started looking at this at, power in, power out for hotels, hospitals, restaurants, easy, the kind of logical concept of storing the power when it's expensive, when it's cheap, and releasing it when it's expensive. But what I've learned is also through some of our co-investors, Silicon Valley legends like Peter Thiel, this becomes increasingly a software game. And I think maybe we can discuss a bit more about that later, because I think Greece can play a role in that.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for those reflections. And I certainly want to come back to both, your point around catalyzing the wider ecosystem and the value chain, and Murray's point around the role of government in de-risking some of that investment, especially in the early stages. But let's get a few initial comments from some of our other panelists. If I come to you next, Ioannis, from the EIB's standpoint, How are you looking to engage in this green transition? So what are some of the sectors and the technologies that you're looking at in your portfolio, especially in light of the EU climate goals and now the recent COP26 deal?
Thank you very much for the question, and a big thank you to the organizers for having me tonight in this panel. The topic indeed is very hot. And for the EIB, the energy transition, but more generally, the climate agenda in Greece has entailed into really fundamental changes. You know, the EIB is working in Greece the last 60 years, and all over Greece has put its name in some of the most landmark of the landmarks of projects here in the country in terms of infrastructure. Most of the roads, the big roads, they bring the brand of the EIB. Bridges like the Rio Andirio Bridge that features in my Greek passport, airports like Eleftherios Venizelos, and big industrial projects, including most of the power stations of PPC that gave power to Greece over the last 60 years. Greece, in terms of statistics for the EIB, in terms of climate change, during the period of 2005-2015, it was second from the last in terms of countries that we did climate change projects. This had to change fundamentally. And this changed also thanks to the great cooperation that we had with successive Greek governments. So last year in Greece, we did over 44% of our lending towards climate change projects. How did we do this? First, we excluded some projects. We stopped doing large infrastructure projects that they're very useful for Greece, but did not have priority in terms of climate change. So we do very few roads that they have the characteristic of road safety, and we're stopping the large infrastructure projects that do not contribute to climate change. The second is we exclude some sectors. That was very difficult. We excluded, for example, natural gas at a period that Greece had not completed its infrastructure like the Western Europe in terms of natural gas. And third, we focus on a number of projects that we believe that they are not only important in terms of us doing our quota in Greece and reaching after 2025 to over 50% in terms of climate lending in terms of our global budget, but that they are emblematic in terms of the country for attracting even more investments. This cannot come only from investments in a few sectors. Climate has to be a philosophy towards all the sectors that we are touching. Either this has to do energy efficiency in the buildings that we finance, either it has to do with climate change projects within the energy sector, or in terms of research and innovation, we feel that we have to invest heavily in research projects that will provide groundbreaking technologies for the energy transition in the world, but also in Greece.
That's fantastic. And again, just as with the other panelists who've gone before you, I would love to come back and talk a bit more about some of these, as you call it, the strong foundations that you've seen as investors, be it in terms of governance and institutions, be it in terms of addressing some of the underlying structural issues that existed. And Greece has obviously come through a very tumultuous time financially over the last better part of the last decade. And of course, we heard earlier in the session with Marco and the Prime Minister and Prem Watsa, some of the the real sort of concrete progress that has been made on the ground in terms of setting up the right conditions for success. I would love to come back. George, we'll come to you next. So if we step back from the investor lens, and if we look at your role as strategic advisor to CEOs in some of these companies that are involved in energy transition, as well as policymakers. And if we think of this from sort of an economic and social value that can be generated, and how Greek really taps into that potential in terms of its green transition journey, what are you seeing as the big opportunities when you speak to some of your clients? You're on mute, George.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Sure. Thanks very much for the question. And also I wanted to thank very much SEV for the invitation. And I also wanted to thank SEV very much for the fact that they have supported McKinsey in the development of Net Zero Greece, which is a major study that actually studied and identified the optimal path for Greece to achieve 55% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. This represents a major input that McKinsey is providing to the development of the national new climate law and environmental law. And this comes after McKinsey's effort similarly for doing this to Europe as a whole, as well as doing it for some other like 20 plus countries. Now, what is important here to say is that the study proved that Greece can reach the targets of 55 and net zero. And to do so, it would be needing 500 billion of investment. 500 billion of investment. And out of this 500 billion of investment, 20% will be happening in the first 10 years and the remaining 80 in the next 20 years. And of these 500 billion of investment, 425 of those is basically redirection of investments. There are investments that they would otherwise take place and invested in incumbent technology. And only 75 billion, which is an average of 2.5 billion a year or 1% of the GDP, are new additional investments on clean technologies. Now, of these 75 additional, approximately 60% goes to transportation, 10% to power, 10% to buildings, 5% to agriculture, and so on and so forth. And from a technological standpoint, 50% goes really towards battery electrification and fuel cell road transportation. 6% to offshore, and another I think 6 to 7% to heat pumps and insulation. Now, what is the impact of this? What are the opportunities and what is the impact of this 500 billion? There are 4 things that we need to consider. The first one is that this CapEx is going to bring OpEx savings. And it is indeed the case that within the time frame of 2050, approximately 60% of the CapEx that Greece will be actually incurring is going to be offset by operating savings. And the remaining 40% will be basically start being recuperated in the next kind of 20 years. So in that sense, we are very well off. But in the early years, it's going to be difficult because of the timing difference between CapEx and OpEx savings. And there will need to be facilitation and funding of private and public investments. The second impact has to do with the fact that household costs will decline. Yeah, household costs will decline with the decarbonization of the country. We estimate that both housing, utilities, and also transport will actually benefit. Illustratively, let me tell you that by installing heat pumps, they could save an average income household around 15% of energy expenditure and heating, and by 2030 and by around 20% by 2050. Also, the widespread application of passenger cars and motorcycles would help reduce the relevant cost by 15% in 2035 and by 2030 and 35 in 2050. The third point of impact would be the trade balance and the GDP. We will add GDP approximately 3 percentage points and 5 to 6 billion. We will create new jobs, 30,000 by 2030, and we will have an impact on trade balance. The impact on trade balance will be mixed. There are some things that will be favored, some other things that they will be not so favored. For example, if you think about the energy trade balance, will improve as a result of lower imports for oil, gas, and higher net exports for electricity. The trade balance also will improve in terms of goods such as cables, pipes, batteries, because Greece can capitalize on their increased use and export more. And then there are going to be more negative effects, which is going to be the trade deficit for cars or the trade deficit for wind turbines and so on and so forth. And last but not least, this energy transition is providing important opportunities for new investments in value chains of green technologies. For example, in the manufacturing and installation of the equipment, in terms of improving the energy efficiency, in terms of the offshore wind, in terms of production and transport of blue and green hydrogen. So we see that out of this investment, there are very important benefits that are happening for the society and the economy.
Thank you, George. I mean, that was fantastic. It was quite a lot of statistics to take in, but I would love to, and I'm sure the panelists would agree, we would love to get our hands on that report once it's released. I'd also like to come back on a couple of your points around, how do you support, citizens and society more generally in making that transition. So yes, I think absolutely valid points around the overall, household running costs over time are certainly going to decrease, but we certainly have this problem of the green premium, so to speak, right now, which is making the transition to EVs and to heat pumps in the first place. And how indeed, and that's a result of basically we don't price carbon into goods and services in the real economy. So there's certain hurdles there, but that sounds like a great comprehensive study, and we'd love to come back and revisit that. So now that all the panelists have had their initial reflections, we'll get a bit of a dialogue going. So feel free to comment on any of your peers' sort of reflections and statements as well. But maybe, Murray, we'll come back to you if you wanted to just react to anything you've heard from your fellow panelists, and maybe I'll add another point, for you to perhaps mull on and react on, which is, what does Greece need to do to attract new technology investments and technology startups focused on sustainable climate innovations in a way that can scale, not only benefit the Greek economy, but as we've heard in some of our panels earlier, also service value chains and customers and clients globally?
That's good. It relates to a lot of the stuff that George was saying. I think that Greece needs to decide, does it want to be a buyer or a seller in this low carbon economy? Does it want to be importing or exporting? When you think about attracting startups to Greece, it just never works. Canada's tried it. So I would say don't do anything to attract startups to Greece. I would think about, how do you build that innovation internally? And we have talked about the need for more government funding at the very early stage. It's also, having kind of bold and innovative regulation that encourages new business models to form, that encourages innovators to set up offices in Greece. And I think that, we're seeing, lots of billion-dollar companies being formed in this climate innovation sector. And Greece has to decide, does it want to be building, these climate unicorns in Greece? Does it want to be an exporter of innovation? And so I would really say, don't focus on what you can do internally to kind of build those exporters, instead of being a buyer of innovation from other countries.
Fantastic. Kostas, would you like to perhaps build on those points, again, from an investor lens, and both from RWE's perspective and more broadly what you're seeing? And Murray talked about this sort of bold enabling regulation. If you look at your portfolio and you look at some of the steps that the Greek government has taken, but also keeping an eye on, what some of the peers around the world are doing to attract such green tech investments. Can you give us perhaps a few examples of what that, bold enabling regulation starts to look like?
I would like to pick up on the point that George made. If you look in particular in Greece, what are the kind of three key characteristics that are relevant for the energy transition? It's geography, climate. That's great for wind and solar. It's human capital, and as George said, it's quite strong know-how in certain parts of the industrial goods and service sectors that are absolutely relevant for the energy transition. So what needs to be done in order to attract domestic and international investments in Greece that are relevant to the energy transition? So in terms of the first point, the kind of geographical attractiveness, I don't have to say a lot of things. The fact that RWE is entering the Greek market with a 2 gigawatt solar PV partnership with incumbent says a lot about the attractiveness of the market, but also a lot about the stability of the investment kind of framework that has been pushed and put in place recently. That's obviously kind of wearing my RWE renewables Hellas hat. A recommendation there would be just for the Greek government to keep pushing for the relevant framework also in other parts, hydrogen, batteries, offshore wind. Now, in terms of human capital, as I said, really what we have learned as investors in this space is a lot of the investments are becoming technology plays, software plays, and not necessarily not just venture capital. It's really, if you think about flexible power generation, at the end, it's not the asset that you install there that is going to be available when there is no wind and no solar to produce power, but it's actually the underlying algorithm that's going to make the difference on what the kind of final carbon footprint will be, because all those assets still are going to be, at least on a transition basis, gas fired. So I don't see why this isn't something that could be developed in Greece. So yes, although I agree with Mari that attracting startups is, as a kind of a government policy is not an easy task. I think there needs to be some funding put in place to allow companies to start working in this sector, because the complexity of the energy transition when it comes down to power markets is immense, and digitalization software is going to be a key element of it. And Greece should play a role with all this. You need to unleash this human capital that is either available in Greece and outside Greece. And then to the last point, the kind of industrial goods companies, there are very successful Greek companies that are absolutely relevant for the energy transition. And they should be thinking of not only, serving the Greek market, which they're not obviously doing, and not only the regional, but on the global, they should become global players. What do they need? They need a closer link to academia for innovation. And that is something, both academia plays a role on that, and the industrial companies. That is what can make a difference for Greece. And we should use that competitive edge, because we've missed the train of building, wind turbines. And Europe missed the train of solar. It's now in China. But there are other far more sophisticated industrial goods products and services that can come from Greece. And we should be pushing for that.
Thanks, Kostas. And I certainly picked up in both yours and Mari's comments this sort of, clear thread coming through around Greece needs to play to its strengths and to its competitive advantage in terms of, building out successful and scalable, businesses to tap into those value chains. So that's a great segue into, Ioannis, if we look at the EIB's role now, you're clearly looking at, clean tech and sustainability as a portfolio across all of the member states. So what are you observing in terms of the, the underlying conditions in Greece to tap into, some of that value and its competitive advantage vis-a-vis some of its peer countries across Europe?
No, I will absolutely also agree with the previous speakers. We have to work in Greece with the idiosyncratic advantages of this country. One of the big advantages, for example, of this country is coastline. if you add all the coastline of Greece, mainland plus islands, it is longer than half of the periphery of Africa. So there is a big natural advantage there, which means, for example, that there is a big opportunity to develop offshore floating platforms for wind energy. And this is where also the EIB sees a lot its role. For sure, we also finance renewable energy projects, but wind and solar projects in mainland Greece, although we do these projects and we offer cheap finance, it is also plain vanilla now financing for all the systemic banks. There's nothing exotic in that. What we feel the EIB can offer could be in these exactly new technologies, our know-how, because from a financing point of view, we participate in these projects all over Europe, all over the world, in over 132 countries. And there is where we can help mostly the country. We do not want to compete with the Greek banks. At the same time, we do feel that Greece should grab the opportunity, as the previous speaker said, and maybe look at its advantages, not only for Greece, but in the geographic region which belongs. It was mentioned hydrogen. We do support a lot of big hydrogen projects that are intended to take place in Greece over the next few years, because we believe that Greece not only has a potential, but could be a hub for the Balkans, for Southeast Europe, in terms of hydrogen and this source of energy.
Great, thank you, Anis. And George, if we sort of take a step back from those reflections that we've just heard and start to look at this, as one of the things that I repeatedly heard at COP was that we need a systems response to accelerating the green transition. And that came through quite distinctly in the way Murray and Kostas were also describing. How do you galvanize certain actors who are interdependent and feed into those green energy transition sort of value chains, be it whether it's grid infrastructure, we talked about those undersea cables and all of those related type of companies. So if you look at that, and in terms of some of the businesses and clients that you deal with, what do you feel is the sort of level of maturity and readiness for Greek industry and businesses to step up to that challenge and really mobilize itself to tap into that value, to unlock the potential and to really scale?
That's a very good question. I have good news and I have not so good news. The good news is that based on our observation at the Greek industry and major national champions in different sectors, such as utilities, metals, refining, cement, they have been quite early on being very acute in picking it up, recognizing the risk, but recognizing also the opportunity. And you know what? They have started doing things, and they have doing things in 3 different fronts. The first front is that they have started developing strategies for the energy transition and sustainability. The second thing is that within the context of that strategy, they have started making investments, focused investments, and developing a broad perspective as to what would make sense and what would not make sense, whether that would be deployment of renewables, blue and green hydrogen, carbon capture, on energy efficiency for industrial processes. And the third thing that they have done on the organizational front is that they have started introducing ESG departments and gradually developing the relevant capabilities and talent. So this is the good news, that we are reacting, and we are reacting positively. Now, is it fast enough? Time will tell, but at least we have some movement. The not as good news has to do with challenges. Challenges, as my friends discussed before, and let me give you specific examples. And let me take power, for example. There are 3 very important challenges here. The first one is that the deployment of renewables is just not fast enough. And it's not going to meet the targets the way it goes, because there are bottlenecks in licensing and the supply chain of renewables. Greece needs to dramatically simplify the licensing process and do institutionalize the renewable zoning, while at the same time, they need to win the local communities by offering them, I don't know, some incentives such as minority shares to participate in the project. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge has to do clearly with the regulatory framework. Take again renewables and storage, licensing and remuneration and offshore wind parks. The regulatory framework is just not there or not sufficient. And then the third thing is that the existing transmission and distribution infrastructure in line with the renewable development is still not there. So, there is a big effort that can be done by the companies, but there is a lot of support that is needed by the Hellenic Republic to make these things happen.
Those are great comments, and George, you've naturally brought us to a place where I wanted to close out the panel in the last 5-6 minutes, which is the role of government and the enabling policies and regulations. So we heard Murray say that in one of his earlier comments in terms of we need bold, sort of innovative, enabling regulations. And this time around, I'm not necessarily going to pick on one of the panelists, so please feel free to comment as you wish. But in your arenas, if you look at international practices, where have you seen some of these leading practices of government's response in a more systemic and structured way in terms of drawing sort of inspiration from for the Hellenic Republic? And we've already seen that there are some clear signals and positive steps that are taken. But what more could be done? What would you like to see as investors, for example, or as industry advisors? Anyone care to go first? Otherwise, I might have to revert to appointing people.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is, especially when it comes down to the licensing process for renewables, that's a theme in Europe, that's a theme in North America, that's everywhere. This needs to be simplified. Coming back to the comment of George, I think that the Hellenic Republic has done substantial steps over the past 1-2 years to simplify that. But I agree, there is potential to improve the coordination primarily on a kind of a regional, local level, because at the end, with the scale that is required to roll out renewables, these are the stakeholders you need to, bring on board, and help in coordinating all of that would be a great step. To facilitate really the rollout of the gigawatts that are planned for the country.
Thanks, Kostas. Anyone else who'd like to make a reflection on what more would you like to see? Clearly, you're all very optimistic, but you'd like to see a stronger response in terms of the role of government. Maybe, Ioannis, your experience in terms of, again, going back to that peer comparison across member states, where are you seeing some of that, really bold enabling regulation and positive development starting to happen in other parts of Europe, for example?
No, I think, I wouldn't like to compare Greece and to ask Greece to imitate some of the examples of the other countries. What I think is quite important is Greece has put some ambitious targets. It has attracted, we see massive investments in renewable energy. Really, I think that over the next few years, we're talking about billions and billions of euros in renewable energy efficiency investments will come to the country. If I had a wish, something that I want to happen in the country, I would wish that the machine of the state should be able to accommodate all this without the need of political intervention, without the need for ministers to intervene. This, I think, is what it would make even more investors to come and to trust new technologies and to take even more risk for Greece.
Thank you, Ioannis. Yeah, I think I absolutely appreciate your point around, Greece needs to sort of situate itself within its own context. It's both its administrative context, political context, and find its own path, but certainly, play to the strengths and seek inspiration from, from other parts of the world. But we're certainly seeing steps in the right direction. Mari, you haven't had a chance to do your wish list, so to speak.
Yeah.
What would you like
I'll
to see?
just make a quick comment. I mean, my focus is on innovation. I mean, obviously, Greece needs to meet its climate obligations, and there's a lot of investment that needs to go into that kind of larger infrastructure. But on the innovation side, what I've seen work best, you have very early stage grant funding, but the next stage to that is providing capital when a startup can find a corporate sponsor, a local corporate sponsor, to put up kind of 1/3 of a project or a new funding program. The startup themselves, through their investors, puts up 1/3, and the government puts up 1/3. And that kind of a framework ensures that all the goals are aligned and you have that strong industry's partner. And Greece has a lot of, industries that need to adapt and can, through that adaptation and the building of local innovation, become global exporters of that innovation.
Thank you. And I think that was a great note to sort of close this panel on. We're approaching time. So with that, I really
wanted to... May I make a comment? May I make a comment?
Oh, of course. Please, George. Yes, please do.
I just wanted to say is that from our perspective, the energy transition will change life in Greece. And we are very happy about it. There might be challenges, but, huge opportunities are ahead of us. And I just want to give you one fact. I told you that we're going to have, 5 billion of GDP and we're going to have 30,000 jobs. I tell you that there are a lot of opportunities, like 6, 7, 8 opportunities, which can actually create an additional 5 to 8 billion and an additional 100 to 150,000 jobs. And, things are, it's not only the obvious things such as the manufacturing and installation of wind parks. It's also having to do with energy efficiency in buildings. It has to do with the Mediterranean hub for offshore wind. It has to do with the production and transport of hydrogen. It has to do with having a role in low emissions ship refurbishment and buildings. And, in the more longer term, there are opportunities for, thinking about commercialization of natural carbon sinks and battery recycling and reconditioning. Imagine, you have a base case of 30,000 jobs and 5 billion, and then you have another that much in terms of GDP and triple that in terms of employment. So, yeah, there are big challenges. Yeah, the Hellenic Republic will do that, but life is going to change, and there are so many opportunities for value creation.
Fantastic. And clearly, I think one sort of clear message that has come through this panel and our discussions is this note of optimism and promise. So for all the innovative Greeks out there who are tuned in, it really feels like the stars are aligned. So as we've heard with other panelists and the Prime Minister saying, do seriously consider engaging in this movement and revolution being driven by clean tech and sustainability. With that, I wanted to thank all of our panelists for their incredible expertise and insight that they brought here. Would love to continue the discussion over drinks if we were here in person, but that's for another day. With that, thank you, and have a nice evening.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Very long day. Thank you to all who have stayed on until this late hour. I have to admit, I didn't expect at the age of 48 to become a presenter. as well as an entrepreneur. But I think today was quite inspiring. We had a lot of substantial and interesting information on how we can improve. And this information and these views came from people who have invested in Greece, have worked in this country, and were able to give us really pretty honest feedback. Now, we're going to take everything we heard today and work with Accenture to produce a more complete report, which will have policy recommendations, it will have proposals for the businesses themselves, and we will take a very practical view of what was said today. If I had to sort of summarize from the top of my mind some of the sort of nuggets of wisdom that we heard today, I noted a few things that I thought were quite impressive. Mr. Vetas told us, Nikos, that actually the role of government is to reduce citizen risk, and this would allow entrepreneurs to actually take risk where it matters, not in their daily life, but actually in their business endeavors. I thought that was a very interesting way to frame the role of government in all of this. A second, I think, quite inspiring sort of fact is Murray McCaig that we just had now, an Olympic champion in terms of windsurfing, now transitioning into thinking about how wind and energy can lead to a better world and clean energy, which to me says, sometimes your personal passion in a sport or a hobby can become also a professional passion that can change the world. Another interesting insight was, again, the idea that we should be careful with our enthusiasm right now. We've achieved a lot, but we need to bear in mind that you always need to under-promise to investors, especially foreign direct investors, and then over-deliver, so not get carried away. And I would say, finally, the idea that there is almost this incidence in Greece where for many years you had overeducated people, parents spent a lot of money in their kids' education, and there was a very poor, let's say, or limited economy, which meant that there was a very big opportunity for a while to arbitrage in terms of talent and what you paid for talent. As the country normalizes, and I think it's very clear to all from today's discussion that the country is normalizing, this arbitrage will eventually vanish. So Greece does not have a future as a place that has cheap labor. It probably doesn't have a future as a country that has employees that stay on for a very long time in one company. As we become more like other developed countries, competition will grow, demand for skilled people will grow. Therefore, we need to make sure that over the next few years, we actually create real value in products and services that are truly innovative and that can be exported. Now, as a closing sort of thought, I think you've seen today the interest, dynamism, energy, and trust that a lot of the people who have invested in Greece are showing towards the country. So, although we are fully aware of a lot of the deficiencies of our educational system, the deficiencies especially in soft skills among the people working in Greece, still, the impressions that people like Nikos from BC Partners and many others have had of this workforce have been top-notch. So certainly, in terms of skills, it looks like we have left a positive impression. Now, how do we bring more people into this country as investors? Beyond government policy, beyond good advertising, it becomes very clear that network is exceptionally important. Most of the foreigners in this discussion today chose Greece because they happen to know certain people here. And I think that is precisely the idea behind Innovative Greeks. The more we can network with each other, the more we can start networking with people who may be looking to invest in Greece, or people that we may even convince to try out a small team in Greece, the more this relatively small group of people that we brought together today will grow. So I think it's down to each and every one of us, A, to connect with each other, and we do need to probably make the next events more interactive, more Q&A, more to meet each other. But ultimately, you know, we all need to act almost as preachers or as ambassadors of this effort and network towards at least suggesting Greece as an investment destination. And I think this value of network and this value of getting to know each other is extremely important. And I will end with, I think, the presence of Prem Watcha. Now, the sheer energy this guy brought to this event, I think, is indicative of the state of mind we all need to be in. Here's a super successful guy who started from nothing in a country far poorer than Greece, you know, India, from a poor family, became one of the largest investors in the world, and is still as fresh, as enthusiastic, as optimistic as probably an 18-year-old. So I think, if anything, his advice that, or rather fact, that the Chinese have an ideogram where opportunity and crisis are depicted in exactly the same way, makes me hopeful that our crisis did not go wasted, that we are in a different place now. You've seen today the energy, the potential. Let's, you know, keep at it, low profile, hard work, under promise, over deliver. Thank you all for watching this event, and I hope to see you soon in the next one.